Hello and welcome back to another Spire stream. I'm your host, Vegetablebread, and today we're going to be playing some Defect, continuing our Defect series. That's right, less talk, more smork. That sounds like what you would say if you were playing a claw deck. No time for talking. All the time is dedicated for clawing. Part of the reason that we do a boss swap is it encourages us to pick claws. Partially joking, partially not joking. The Cracked Core is not very useful in Act 3 and 4 in any circumstance. Definitely not useful for a reprogram deck. Highly useless. Good morning, Disc Buddy. How's it going? We could remove a card, take 7 max HP, curse for 250 gold. Is this your first stream this week? It is. I did not host stream Monday or Tuesday due to being in Pinnacles National Park. If we were like forced into an early shop, we could consider a curse for 250 gold. Wow, there's a 4 elite path here on the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seems aggressive. See 3 elite path here on the left. Goes through 2 bonus fires. Seems more my speed. Get a 3 fight route before that. Seems pretty great. If you boss up an energy, claws become less energy efficient. Kinda, but claws are really good if you draw cards. So if you get lots of energy, then you just pick up like, what is it called? The one that like shuffles a burn into your discard. You just draw frantically. You got like Cool Head Plus and stuff. Overclock, yeah, thank you. Yeah, looks like a pretty clear boss swap here. Let's see what it is. It's a Snecko Eye. Okay, so even 3 elites might be a little bit ambitious here. Be nice to have a backup plan, because Snecko Eye can be difficult in Act 1. But I think we're still going to go for the 3 fight path. Okay. The strike is free. The strike is free. That's right, yeah. If we pretty much pick every hologram we see as a Snecko Eye deck, right? Or at least we pick a couple of them. Maybe I'd max out at like 4 or something. But the more holograms you play, the more chance you have for infinite block. And it always does something good, right? Like even if you get like a 2-cost hologram, you can go fish some busted 0-cost card out of your discard. Ha! Captured. You thought you could just squawk and run, but you can't. You're not fast enough. Or you didn't try hard enough. Looks like single defense strike is going to be the rest of the energy here. Because we don't want to take 12. No, that's way too much health to lose to a jawworm. Alright, sound off in chat. Is Coconut a jawworm? Yes or no? I just need to know. I'll still love her even if she is a jawworm. You a jawworm? You look kind of like a jawworm. Definitely does 12 damage to me as soon as she sees me in the morning. Yes, she's a jawworm. Okay. I think I can deal with that. She's the awakened one. Coconut, what did those cultists do to you? No use for dual cast there, because we didn't have a lightning orb. Oh boy. We're getting crunched on here. I guess we just double defend, take another 7. 14 total in the fight so far. Seems pretty fair and balanced. Okay, now we have lethal. Great. 14 damage Jawworm, my favorite. Cool Head, excellent card with Snecko Eye. Draw some extra cards, get a Frost Orb. None of these are attacks, it's worth noting. But attacks are primarily useful for fighting your early elites, and we're not fighting early elites because we just took 14 damage to a jawworm. Yeah, seriously. Well, I don't know. I think the chart might be a little bit confused, right? Because I think Snecko Eye is a good boss swap, and it leads to you getting higher win rate overall. But I also think it leads to you taking a ton of damage on floor 1. A lot of the time. Okay. I guess I'll Cool Head Strike over Double Strike. Definitely at least one strike is happening. If we cool head, we could draw a 0-cost zap, which would be sweet. Could draw our Sender's Bane, which is always good. So it's like a 1 in 4 chance that we get to play one of these cards, and a 1 in 5 chance that we get a Sender's Bane. It saves us at least 1 health next turn, but it might delay our kill by a turn. If we skip the 6 damage. I'm just gonna take the 6 damage. Okay, this is free. That's free. The defends both cost 3. So I'm either taking 12 damage or blocking for 5. Or dealing 12 damage or blocking for 5. If I deal 12, that's 15 total. He goes to 23. Takes another 3. Do you do 20 damage next turn? Yeah, almost certainly with dual cast strike. So if those are both playable, we get out of this fight next turn. Take 6. Seems okay. Might even top deck a strike. Looks like they're both playable. I actually needed 2 strikes there, which I did not see coming. But we got it anyway. Streamline's good. It's good with holograms. It's a damage card. Costs 2, so it gets decosted on average. We are struggling a little bit in Act 1, and we're fighting Hexaghost, so we need to take damage. So Streamline checks all the boxes there. I think we just take healing here. Max HP is kind of nice, but it like pays off when you rest. And I don't really want to be resting. We have the health to heal right now. So like, okay, so Donut heals us for 5 right now, right? So the net heal for right now is 18 for choosing Banana over Donut. So would we? How do you get 18 health worth of value out of max HP? You'd have to rest a bunch, right? You'd have to rest a whole bunch. But, you know, the marginal value of health right now is actually fairly low, both because the lower health we have at the end of the act, the more we heal from the end of the act healing, and the lower health we have going into the Hexaghost fight, the less he hits us for. So, like, this does fall off over time, right? So by Act 3, we will have wished we'd taken this over that, right? How many elites are we taking? Maybe just 1. We're forced into this one. We'll see how we feel about going this way. I mean, 3 is what we were hoping for originally. It's still possible. But yeah, Banana definitely powers us up for fighting elites, right? And we have to fight this one. And I'm a little bit afraid, so let's see Banana. Okay, we are going to a shop later, if we do the 3 elite path. This shop. Or we could go this way, I guess. If we don't want the shop. Actually, this way is kind of nice. So, we traded some sort of meta-scaling, right? The max HP is like a metagame resource. We traded a metagame resource for current health just a second ago. Now do we want to trade health for a metagame resource? Gold, right? Also, we're sort of implicitly trading a metagame resource, which is floors, right? You only get 56 floors to win the game, so we're spending one of them being at World of Goop no matter what we're doing. If this was gather or do nothing, I'd often do nothing, but losing the gold is too much. Kinda. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think really the way to think about this event is, like, if you click this button, it's worth, you know, 138 gold more than this button, right? So this is, you've already lost 63 gold just by walking into the floor, yeah. And then if you click this gold, you trade 11 health for 138 gold. Yeah, I mean, I think what we want here, we want to meta-scale without fighting elites, because the elites are dangerous, because we could just Snecko Eye and die. So this is a way to get metagame resources without fighting. So I think we should do it. If it costs us an elite, that's fine, kinda. Elites are dangerous. This is only 11 health. Okay. Final easy pool fight. Go ahead and pick off that slime on turn 1. Could dual cast a block out here. But we could defend and then zap. Everything costs 3, except for defend and zap. So we either play defend and zap or 1 card. If it's going to be 1 card, it would be dual cast, right? Because I don't want to take 6. So I guess it's defend and zap. Because I'd rather just keep the Frost Orb. Take 1. Good morning, Bendy Padawan. I'm doing great. This is always getting played. This is always getting played. That's always getting played. And this is lethal, so we'll take it. These all cost 0. And generally that makes them bad Snecko Eye cards. Go for the Eyes is kind of fine with Snecko Eye because it's just a source of weak. There's not really that much weak available to Defect. Go for the Eyes is pretty much the only source. Is Go for the Eyes literally the only source of weak for Defect? I'm trying to think of another and it's not coming to me. I'm gonna look it up. They changed the font on the Slay the Spire wiki. Yep, it is only Go for the Eyes. That's kind of interesting. I never knew that. Sort of, I guess I implicitly knew it, because I was like, there's not very many sources of weak. Yeah, I guess, yeah, blind technically counts. So yeah, the real answer is, are we willing to pay to blind people, to weaken people? Oh, I never realized that blind and Go for the Eyes fictionally do the same thing. You're blinding people by going for the eyes. So when people can't see in this game, they do 25% less damage. It seems like they should have a chance to miss, but I guess having a chance to miss doesn't make sense in this game because there's like intents and nothing is random. So there's a bug. Now I'm holding a bug zapper. But now I don't see the bug. Hey, Lurker. Yeah, a clothesline, right. There's lots of other things that give weak also, right, that don't make any sense. Crippling Cloud. Clothesline is really the one that makes the least sense, right? Because Crippling Cloud is like you're coughing, right, so you have a chance to miss. But, like, why in the world does Clothesline do the thing that blinding somebody does? Hey, Bad Terrence. The cloud obscures vision. Ah, interesting. Clothesline is a shot to the face. That's not really what Clothesline is. Isn't it like across the neck? Been doing bulk Defect runs and doing quite poorly. Yeah, I can identify with that. I've had a lot of Defects die in Act 1. I feel like if I don't die in Act 1, I'm pretty likely to win, but I die in Act 1 a lot. I don't know. I want the damage, but this is only 3 damage, and that's not very much. I think we just skip it. Do we win this elite fight? With just, like, Cool Head Streamline? No. I mean, I don't think Go for the Eyes is really improving it. Go for the Eyes just decreases the rate at which we draw a Streamline. We need to draw Streamline, like, every turn to win. So let's just skip. Hanging up clothes gives you something to hide behind. There you go. Tying it back into the blindness. I like it. Huh. A lot of deaths to the heart. I would say that's kind of unusual. I feel like if you know what's coming in the heart fight, it's not usually that dangerous. I keep trying to make physical works, and sometimes I just don't find enough block to beat heart or Time Eater. I feel like physical works particularly well against Time Eater. I guess you do need that, like, front-loaded block moment, right, where you block for 24 on turn 1 or something before you have a chance to reprogram scale. But usually you've got, like, a genetic algorithm or something for that by that point. Yeah, obviously orbs work amazing against Time Eater. You just Frost Orb and 1 Lightning Orb kills him. This is always happening. Do we Cool Head versus Strike here? Cool Head blocks later. Could draw Streamline. Could draw a non-zero cost Streamline, though. That would be kind of a bummer. I died in Giant Head mostly with Defect. That's sometimes a problem, yeah. I can see Giant Head being a problem. Definitely not a problem if you're doing all-for-one stuff. All-for-one stuff kind of trivializes Giant Head. But a lot of Defects just, like, only play, like, one card a turn or something. But sometimes Defect plays an infinite number of cards, so... Tempest with 2005 focus. Yeah, that'll do it. I think I'm on Team Cool-Headed here. It seems like we're going really slow. I take it back. I'm gonna strike. Gosh, what am I gonna do? Maybe I should attack pot this turn, because we're drawing 7 cards next turn. So if we can attack pot into like a Meteor, we want to get that into the shuffle immediately. Yeah, let's go ahead and attack pot right now. Oh, there we go. That'll do it. Do I ever skip Meteor Strike for Doom and Gloom? No. Okay, good talk. So we Meteor Strike and then Cool-Headed, right? And then we can play the Strike and possibly whatever we draw. Yeah. And it draws us back to our Meteor Strike sooner. Sweet. Yeah, the energy is super good, for sure. Do we Cool-Head here? The like greed play. He's never punching us again, right? Yeah, we always have lethal next turn. So we can actually have lethal now? No, it's not possible to have lethal now. Could Meteor Strike, but wouldn't be lethal. I guess it actually would be with the Zap. Double Defend Zap is always lethal next turn. I guess triple defend Zap is what we want. So if defense block for net 2. So this blocks for 6, 10, so we take 1. Because the Zap does 3 damage, leaves at 24, and then 20. We can always play the Meteor Strike. So. Oh, we take 3 because the Zap also hits us. We take 4? Huh. I don't know, man. Numbers, how do they work? Okay. Got a Pantograph. Pantograph, not the best against Hexaghost. Kind of hoping for, you know, not having a bunch of health, getting a bunch of damage instead. Compound Driver seems quite good. Got a Cool Head. So we can draw a bunch of cards. Drawing cards is good with Snecko. We also need damage. Compound Driver's damage. The other cards are still costing 0. Of the last 6 cards that we've seen in card awards, 5 of them have cost 0, so Snecko is not super happy about that. Yeah, Merle, that's correct. The marginal value of health is lower, but still positive. Also, hi, Merle. Is 25 health ever worth a negative amount of health? Because when you pass a divide by 12 breakpoint, you get negative 5 health worth of value, right? And Pantograph can cause you to hit 3 of those boundaries, right? So no, it's never negative. It's always worth at least 10 net health, right? Am I doing my math right here? Something like that. And that's also assuming that we can't block on turn 2, which is not always true. Hey, YTI. Is it 7? Jeez. You can get a negative value of 18 health? What health would you have to be on to get 7? Wait, I must be misinterpreting this. There's no way you can... Yeah, I guess if you cross 3 boundaries, right? He hits you for 18 extra. Yep, you're right. It is 7. Dang, that's horrible. That's such a bad pantograph. Can we afford an upgrade? We're at 50 health. Upgrade's probably Streamline. Maybe Cool Head. Yeah, we should be able to dance around being at exactly the wrong number. And if we're not at exactly the wrong number, then this never hits 3 breakpoints. It always hits 2 breakpoints, and then it's worth 13 health. So, again, assuming we can't block on 2, which is not guaranteed. Go here, upgrade Streamline. Seems pretty safe. We just fought Gremlin Knob, which I think is the worst fight for the deck. And we just got super lucky and attack botted into Meteor Strike, so maybe we're getting overconfident. Because we're not going to get attack bot into Meteor Strike every fight. If it's Lagavulin, we just spend some time setting up Coolhead before we wake him up, but we don't have like a great setup. Maybe we get Coolhead and Zap and Compile Driver down. We'll probably be okay with an upgraded Streamline. We'll probably have to rest after this. Yeah, it'd be nice to have an actual Meteor Strike. It's a good reason to fight elites, since elites can give you Meteor Strikes. Okay, it is Lago. We can get to choose which orb we want in front. It's probably Lightning Orb, right? We could evoke it now. It's a pretty decent wake-up turn. Got this stuff next turn. This is an outstanding wake-up, though. Yeah, I think what we want to do next turn is Streamline and then Shuffle. So we just want both orbs, and to not draw either of these cards with the Coolhead. Yeah, we got the fucking Power Rangers in chat right now. We got Bad Terrence and Merle. Holy crap. If I can't win with these guys in the backseat, when can I win? I don't know. I don't know where I came up with Power Rangers. I was trying to come up with the group of people who summon Captain Planet, but I have no idea what those people are called. So there you go. I don't know. Planeteers. Yikes. Yeah. Hard to imagine how I forgot that one. Yeah. I guess we just zap and wait. Well, now we're shuffling next turn. Wait, hold on. Is it a mistake to play this Coolhead? Because now we're shuffling, and we can't do the cool Streamline Compile Driver thing. So we're shuffling with this garbage. I don't like it. I don't like what I've done now. I guess if we shuffle with these things, it's possible we can get 3 orbs before we wake them up. That's kind of neat. Gearing up to kill the heart 300 times in a month? Dude, are you serious? Better pick a 31-day month for that shit. That's 10 times a day. Good God. You'd have to play so fast. There's no way. I couldn't possibly even train for that. That's so far outside of what I could do. So we skip strikes because we don't want to wake up, because we want to play the good cards when we wake up. I presume he's talking about just Watcher. If I were to kill the heart 300 times a month, I would do it with only Watcher. Yeah. So we can't actually play the Streamline Compile Driver thing that I was hoping about. So maybe we just play a Zap and, let's see, this is turn 2, so he's still not waking up naturally. We would just draw these cards next turn, and maybe we would wake him up with a dual cast Zap. Seems kind of fine. We'll get rid of Center Spain. We're just in here messing around, waiting for Lagavulin to wake up. Alright, let's see if we can redraw Streamline. Nope. Okay. Time to wake up then. Dual cast versus strike here. This strike is always happening. Dual cast does 16 now. But 11 of that was going to happen anyway. 3 this turn when we end the turn, 8 when we evoke it next turn. Pledge a certain amount of money for each win. Yeah, that would be sick. I believe you can do it. It's just like, damn, dude. That'd be a feat. Ooh, Hoaxley's in the playtest. It's exciting. I don't think Hoaxley's a chatter. Hoaxley's a lurker. The lurker's been sitting there, biding his time, waiting a generation for his chance to shine. Now he has that chance. He's in there. Each time you buy a shard or free a fairy. Ridiculous. I mean, freeing fairy is something you do when you play optimally. Buying a shard is like such a jaunt. So this is like worth like nominally 5 damage, right? Because it's 16 versus 11, and this is 6 damage. So I think I'm gonna go with the strike. And that's assuming we develop a orb next turn, which appears to be true. Well, there's the slow route where we triple defend, and then there's the fast route where we streamline defend. If we triple defend, we take 2 damage, which is kind of a treat. It's pretty low damage. Hey, Blem. Just let the lightning orbs do the talking. Yeah, streamline costs 1 less. Hooray! Yeah, we got the whole gang. His Bleminence. May his reign always continue. Never stop. Is there any alternate lines I'm missing here? What if we like compile driver into like other zero cost stuff? So yeah, I guess it's compile driver or streamline with the defend. Presumably the streamline's more damage than the compile driver. It's very frustrating that we haven't played the streamline yet. We upgraded it for this fight, and then it's 3 costs every time we see it. Could theoretically take a middle line where we double defend strike. That just seems wrong. If we triple defend, we ratio him pretty hard, right? Because we take 2 damage when we deal 6. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Blem. Appreciate it. I hope you rack up those playtest points faster. Excellent. Thanks for baking with me. I don't know. Do we want to? But triple defend is slow though, and going slow means we're gonna get debuffed. Getting debuffed is sad. We do have a streamline in the deck, so so we're not super sensitive to strength down. Damage is more important against Lagavulin. Yeah. Right, but he doesn't debuff our focus, so we kind of are immune partially to his debuff, right? Like, these things don't care. And this thing doesn't care, so, like, maybe we don't care? You'd greed the health. I want to keep the health. We're at a campsite right after this, so it's not, like, super necessary. If there's a 100% route that, like, wins the fight and takes 30, I'll do it. But I don't know if like streamline defend even like loses less health in the fight. I think streamline defend might like lose more health in the fight. Anybody have a good idea to facilitate charitable donations with varying amount based on how many of X things happen? It seems like there must be a mechanism for that, right? I don't know. I'm not like super plugged into fundraising, but there has to be a website for that. I'm gonna triple defend. How do I keep miscounting? I said I was going to take 2. I take 3. Just numbers. This seems to be the punch turn. Restreamline, double strike, defend. Okay. Can I get the streamline again, please? No. Maybe? Is this good? Oh wait, I want to dual cast it if I'm evoking that lightning orb. Ooh, we did get the streamline. Wow. Okay. Sure. Gimme. All right. When will Vegetablebread play 1 month of the bad silent? Well, I did silent month already. Thanks for the follow. Baron von Munchausen. It's confusing that your name isn't spelled with a U umlaut for the Munchausen. I presume that's how that's intended to be pronounced. Bad silent is like normal silent, but twice as frustrating. Doom Gloom does seem good. We could do reprogram. I do appreciate a good reprogram Snecko. I guess we're kind of committed, right? We've got Cool Head Compile Driver. Seems like we probably should not be picking reprogram. Skim, not bad either. Drawing cards, always good with Snecko. But Doom Gloom is, I think, the presumable pick here. Oh, I see. That one was taken. Are you allowed to put... Oh yeah, you definitely are allowed to put non-English characters in your name. I've seen people with entirely kanji names. Can we sidebar for a second? Is kanji a... whatchamacallit? Is kanji a term that applies to all, like... I don't know. I don't want to be, like... To all, like, Asian character set languages? Is that, like... I don't know if I'm being insensitive, but like, is there a general term for that, or is there no general term? Is kanji the term for that? I don't know. It's a subset of Japanese characters, so it's I'm being overly specific. Yeah, I'm unaware of what language it was, but it was some sort of. I'm unable to differentiate the character sets of Asian languages. So, Chinese characters used in Japanese. Okay, well, darn. Is there a name for this sort of complex pseudo-pictographic Asian character sets? There's a vase right here. Noodles. I don't think there's a term that covers all those. Darn. I wish there was, because I guess maybe I just need to learn to differentiate the different character sets, and then I don't have to be as ignorant, and I don't have to have a term that covers all of them because I'm an ignorant Westerner. But it wouldn't be nice if there was an English language feature that I could be comfortable with that would cover my ignorance. I definitely can pick out Korean. Korean looks very distinctive compared to the other ones, so I'm able to differentiate that one. Hey, Jackalo. But I basically have no context about like how to differentiate Japanese and Asian and Chinese characters, and wow, Japanese and Asian. Whew. Should probably get off this topic before I like do something horrible. I feel like I'm really skirting some boundaries here. Korean characters are really rounded. Yeah, exactly. Korean is like super easy, right? Because there's just like lots of like circles and like the characters are generally simpler. I don't know. Hey, Periodic DCSS. I think in order to be consistent with my moderation, I have to delete that comment because I don't know what you're saying. But I also hi. Oh, just Korea. Yeah, I'm unable to moderate properly in non-English languages, so I have to remove comments. CJK characters. It's a collective term for Chinese, Japanese, and Korean languages. Interesting. Logograms, yeah, but that also includes Latin characters, right? Technically logograms, right? Yeah, we could upgrade Doom and Gloom. It's not like a tremendous upgrade, but it is a little bit of extra damage. Could upgrade Cool-Headed, get some more cards. I'm really digging the Zap Doom and Gloom Cool-Head Compile Driver thing. Get all the orb types and then draw. Between Chinese and Japanese, Japanese usually has fewer strokes unless it's a kanji, in which case it's literally Chinese. Interesting. Oh, logogram is a complete grammatical word. Okay, fair enough. What about A then? Is A a logogram? Or is that dependent on how it's used? There's no point in Zap or Dualcast upgrades because we have Snecko Eye. So yeah, it seems like it's between Coolhead and Doom and Gloom. Yeah, I think Coolhead is kind of difficult to justify here. Extra damage. Seems good. Okay. More elites. We're at 35. We've got a Gambler's Brew. If it's either Gremlin Knob or Sentries. If it's Sentries, we've got to feel pretty prepared with a Doom Plus and a Gambler's Brew. If it's Gremlin Knob, we've got quite a bit of damage and some draw. Strength. I think we feel pretty comfortable with both fights. Let's go do it. Okay, second Knob. Seems reasonable. Double Strike Zap seems like the line. It's always nice to get a Zap down on turn 1 against Gremlin Knob. Man, this streamline always insisting on being high cost. What a jerk. I kind of want to Doom and Gloom dual cast and then strike, and then if we redraw the dual cast, then the Dark Orb is in front. Blah blah. It is actually fairly relevant, but the cost gets reduced. We're very likely to pick what's it called, hologram. And for hologram purposes, if we get a streamline that either naturally costs 0 or 1, then we can get back a 0 cost streamline. Also applies for all for 1. But even if we get a 2 cost streamline, if we play it, it's a 1 cost streamline now in the discard. So it's fairly relevant. So if we dual cast now, we get 16 damage, and then next turn this will be 12, that's 24. 16 plus 24 is 40. 47. So we'd need to find 9 damage next turn, assuming we redraw a dual cast. That seems pretty doable. I would like to try to do that, please. Oh, actually, 6 damage because of the bronze scales. Okay, we found the dual cast, and Compile Drawer finishes them off? Yeah. Sweet. Both Gremlin Knobs killed before they hit for 24. Pretty sweet. Rewarded with a Darkstone Periapt. Excellent. It's like onomatopoeia for your eyes. I mean, that's just how you describe like pictographs, right? I don't know. We could pick Consume. We definitely have the orbs for it. Gets randomly costed with Snecko Eye. Doesn't seem like a mistake. Thanks to follow, Eggers11. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. Did I welcome Baron von Munchausen to the Vegetable Patch, or did I just get distracted by his name? Either way, I've welcomed you both to the Vegetable Patch. Okay, great. Well, now you've been double welcomed. English is phonological. Represents sounds. Phonological is a very fun word. Okay, what are we thinking about here? We're thinking about Consume. Upgrades Cool Head, upgrades Zap and Doom and Gloom. Upgrades Meteor Strike, kinda. Because it means that we get some energy immediately. It's our focus scaling, right? You usually want some focus scaling as Defect. Sure. I think it's good. I mean, with Snecko Eye, right, it's cheap. We could take a Rebound instead. Rebound's not particularly good. But we could, like, Rebound the Meteor Strike and then Cool Head into it. Is Meteor Strike and 2 Cool Heads an infinite, even in the presence of Snecko Eye? I think it is, right? Because the maximum cost is 6, and then you get 6 energy back for Meteor Strike Cool Head. And probably it's massively energy positive over time. It's not amazing. Do we go to the shop? Shop and do fight? Seems fine. Give me Meteor Strike, please. Darn. Probably take an Electrodynamics, though. Also a souvenir here. A lot of good stuff at this shop. Smooth Stone's pretty reasonable, too. Took a focus spot to try and make sure we're winning Hexaghost. Honestly, question card's pretty reasonable too. I mean, it's too expensive to actually buy a question card, but like question card would increase our chance of getting a Meteor Strike, and Meteor Strike seems like what we want to do. I'll go grab Coconut. She just ran by and yelled, which I'm sure you heard, so I'll go grab her. It's like, when you were away on vacation, I definitely didn't miss this part. I get picked up and moved around all the time. That's the worst. Electro is nice because it like doesn't add a card to the deck if we're trying to do infinites. I mean, if we're trying to do infinites, we should probably buy a Master of Strategy card remove. Doesn't seem like an amazing idea. Meow. Oh, your heat pad's not on. That's a goddamn tragedy. But Electrodynamics seems like pretty safe in Act 2. Like that quite a bit. Can we afford Electrodynamics Souvenir Focus Pot? Cats like being squished. Yeah, that's why they go in like boxes and stuff. They're like, excellent, I can barely fit. What is 177 versus 166? I just can't make my head do it. It's like, no, you were on vacation recently. There's none of that. I'm pretty sure we cannot buy Focus Spot, because if they both cost 150, it would be 300, and then we wouldn't have enough. Yeah, 333. See, it's one of those kind of numbers. That sounds right. No, it can't be. The first and second digits can't be the same, because the one carries over to the other, right? Yeah, so it'd be 343. Exactly. See? Yeah, it's a very complicated math to do, because there's all these shortcuts you want to take, and you're like, wait, no, that doesn't work. Hold on. Something's wrong here. Well, I want the focus bot, but I guess I just can't have it. I think we'll probably be fine without the focus bot, but I'm like immediately getting flashbacks of like last Hexaghost fight where I didn't drink a cult pot and then died. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is exactly all of our gold to Electro Clockwork or Electro Smoothstone. These cost the same. Perfect gold. Alright, we'll do it for the memes. 0 gold. Yes. Okay, extra fight or extra question mark? Question mark could be like Shining Light or Golden Idol or... are we eligible for Cleric? We're not actually, right? Because we can't pay him. I think you can only see Cleric when you're eligible. Potion chance. We've seen 2 potions and fought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights. So, we should be 60%, I believe. You're pretty sure I rock Hexa? I don't know, man. I'm never... Snecko, I can do weird things, and I don't know. It feels like assuming we rock Hexa is potentially a mistake. Yeah, it does seem like the fight does pay off a pot, probably. Also, I'm not really sure what we're looking for question marks. And the fight seems pretty easy with Doomglim Electro, as Blem is pointing out. Alright. Oh yeah, Bronze Scouts. I totally forgot about Bronze Scouts for Hexa. Yeah, that's gonna do like, what, like 60 damage or something? It's gonna do a lot. Electro Coolhead Defend seems pretty cool. So let's Coolhead first. Okay. Yeah, but the Panda is like barely good against Hexaghost, right? It's like... Actually, wait, this is our last chance to modify our health. Are we at a terrible number? If we're at 23, we hit exactly the number where Pantograph is only worth 7 health. 24 means we only pass 2 breakpoints, but it kind of just means we're already on a breakpoint, right? Shoot. With the Zap in hand, we're going to do 9 AoE damage at the end of the turn. So if we Compile Driver on him, he dies. And then maybe we find something. Nope, nothing to find. We'll draw exactly those 2. Oh, I guess actually Consume... Does that increase the damage or decrease it? It goes from 9 to 10. Increases it by 1. So if I'm choosing who dies, I want to choose him, right? Because he has the strength. Do we get to kill him? 9 plus 8 is only 17. We'd have to strike him too. We don't really have any block in hand though, but we're going to draw one. I guess let's see what it costs. And plan on strike if it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Okay. Is this the only game, only fight in the game that the enemies can do more than their displayed number? I mean, there are other fights that these guys participate in, so those fights also can do that. I think it is, right? Because there are other attacks, or there are other effects that apply vulnerable, but they're all attacks, right? That's true. Yeah. That's true, Time Eater. Okay, so we ended up being at 23, which is exactly the bad number for Pantograph, ironically. We talked a lot about how Pantograph can only heal you for effectively 7 if you're on exactly the wrong number, and this is exactly the wrong number, so there you go. It happened. Yeah, what he's saying is if one of the mushrooms dies at the end of your turn, you become vulnerable and take more damage than it appears you would take. Oh, did you get caught on the cable? Do you need help? There you go. Are there any multi-enemy fights where the first enemy will apply vulnerable? I think the only multi-enemy fights with vulnerable, the vulnerable enemy is last. Like Red Slaver is last, Gremlin Knob in the Thwack fight is last. Oh, I see. That's what you're saying too. Yeah. Here, I'll show coconut because it's been requested. A lot of coconut requests today. There's coconut. Looking directly at camera. Hammy as fuck. That cat knows her audience. So it's Claw here, obviously, right? No. Between Hyper Beam and Loop, we've already got a lot of AoE for Hyper Beam, so I'm not sure Hyper Beam is necessary. We've got an Electro and a Doom and Gloom. We don't really want the negative focus, but Hyper Beam is just so strong. And we probably imagine this turning into a Meteor Strike deck in the long term. And Meteor Strike does not care about our focus at all. For Hyper Beam and Loop, Loop is better for Hexaghost. Hyper Beam is better for Early Act 2. Also, that Potion of Capacity with the Consume is pretty good for Hexaghost. We're going to have a lot of focus. So I don't think we need the Loop, ironically. Do we skip Hyper Beam, or do we take Hyper Beam? Or we could still take Loop. Just doesn't really feel necessary. Comes with Artifact. Yeah, but we don't have any Artifact. My last Defect victory, I swapped into Snecko and started with a Meteor Strike, and then transformed to Orb Stuff, and then transitioned to Orb Stuff. Interesting. Take the Hyper Beam and upgrade it. Yeah, I think Bad Terrence has probably got the highest win rate line here. I think what we're worried about is... oh, that's true. That's true. We do have Artifact. Good point. I think what we're worried about is Early Act 2. I don't think we care about... Like, this is good for Hexaghost, and then it's good for, like, Act 4, right? We have time to be slow. We don't really have time soon. So let's grab that. Surprise! It's another fight. Okay. Strike Hyper Beam does 34 damage. That's enough to split. Or we could just Hyper Beam, which is not enough to split. And then try and split next turn. Or we could skip Hyper Beam and hope that Electro is good in the fight. Let's do Hyper Beam, no split. And I guess Zap. Zap is still no split, right? 37. Yeah, 37's not a split. Seems like we want to split now because we can't block for 18, so Streamline Compile Driver, I think, is the max damage. 29 plus 3. Okay. Go to 5. Okay. Overdrawing a potion. That's too bad. Second Compile Driver kind of combos with what we're doing. I mean, draw is always good with Snecko Eye. Yeah, probably going to take the Hexa over the Gambler's Brew, I would guess. And then probably drink both for Hexa. Drink both potions. Yeah, I think I'll take a second Compile Driver. I don't see any compelling reason not to. 2 is probably my limit, but I'll take 2. And we are at that bad health point, but still quite a bit of health going into Hexaghost, so definitely not resting. Best upgrades are Cool Head, Consume, and Hyper Beam. And then, like, Electrodynamics. And then Compile Driver, and then the basics. So we just have to choose Cool Head, Consume, or Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam getting a solid 8 extra damage. 8 extra AoE damage is kind of insane. I'm always surprised by the fact that Hyper Beam does more damage than Meteor Strike. It seems like Meteor Strike should hit harder because it's a meteor. But Hyper Beam does actually do more damage. Which is like, it's for balance reasons, right? You can't, because Meteor Strike ends up costing a -1, so can't do that much damage. Alright, let's just do this. Okay. Yeah, but the Act 2 boss one does way more damage. I want a Hyper Beam, but I think we just Electro Strike here. We can probably only afford one Hyper Beam in the fight. Because we don't want the focus down. So we're kind of just saving our Hyper Beam for later if we don't play it. And Electro gets damage over time, right? So. Okay. Disappointing energy cost this turn. Yeah, we're definitely going to drink this pot. I'm not sure about this pot yet, but probably. This is always getting played. We're going to play a Compile Driver, but do we play Cool Head first? Or do we play this Defend? I think we plan on just playing this Defend. It's boring, but blocks for 3 extra. Or we could just say, fuck it, and Doom and Gloom Compile Driver. Draws 2 cards. It doesn't block at all. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Get that Dark Orb in there, too. Alright. We did not luck out. Get that focus going, though. That ain't bad. Back down to 23. Thanks, Pantograph. Streamline is free. Hard to resist just consuming again. Costs us nothing right now. Get that Dark Orb really big, really fast. The alternate line is we could Cool Head, which blocks for 4. Or we could, like, Doom and Gloom Strike. Which does 22 damage and puts the Dark Orb just as close to the front, right? It's 2 orbs and a dual cast away from going off. Either way. If we consume this turn, can we dual cast this next turn? No, it goes up to 24, because it'll go up by 10. So do 48 damage, not even close. So let's just get another Dark Orb in on the game. Right, because like if we upgrade our focus to 10, then this goes up by, or to 4, then this goes up by 10 per turn, right, which is valuable. But if we have 2 of them, then it goes up by 16 per turn, so that's even better. Why wouldn't we do that? Do have to be a little bit careful about dying here. It's true. We might not even be able to do cost one of them, depending on how Snecko Eye lines up here. If we zap, we can't Compile Driver. Boy. Tough crowd here. It's probably like Defend, Dual Cast, Compile Driver. So, or I guess probably what we want to do is zap, Defend, Dual Cast, so that the Dark Orb is in front for Shuffle. And this goes up to 30. He takes 20, plus 10's 30. plus 60, so it takes 90, and we're off by like 30 next turn. That seems like really fast and good. We do kind of have to settle for not being dead, though, as like a... How much health do we have? Can we get lethal this turn? If Compiler ever goes well. If we draw a 0-cost dual cast, we win on the spot. We also have 2 defense for 0, so it's not like we're risking anything here. Consume is funnier. I guess we want lethal even if we don't draw dual cast next turn, so we want to set up for that. We want to set up for like Cool Head to be lethal. So I think we play Doom and Gloom here to fill up our orbs. Okay. Yep, Hyper Beam Cool Head is lethal now. Sweet. Alright. Very quick Hexaghost. Bodes very well for Act 2. Just take 2 Hyper Beams and just go to town. Rainbow's not bad either with what we're doing. We've got 2 compile drivers. Random cost Rainbow seems pretty nice. I kind of just like having the 1 Hyper Beam too. Yeah, having 2 Hyper Beams is not bad. I like the idea of going into the Slaver fight and winning on the spot. Just being like, Hyper Beam, next fight. I mean, what's the downside of 2 Hyper Beams, right? It's like, oh no, we lose our focus, but we've killed everybody. I only recently turned the Rainbow Beta art on, but I don't remember even what it looks like before. Oh yeah, okay. This one is a little bit more clear about like what is happening with the card, but this one is an actual rainbow. We have to be a little bit careful about going a Mega Hyper Beam build, because we can't really do, what's it called? Orange pellets, right? Because we have Snecko Eye. We probably don't want to lose the Confused. Although that's like assuming we have a Meteor Strike, and we don't currently have a Meteor Strike, so maybe we don't. Maybe this is, maybe I'm optimizing for the wrong thing here. If we take a Rainbow, we're not adding a card to the deck, which is kind of nice. For the Cool Head Meteor Strike Speculative Infinite. What about Amplify? Is there any reason to take Amplify here? We've got Electrodynamics. Technically, that's the reason. If we get a capacitor, we can amplify the capacitor and then have lots of room for Consume to go nuts. Instead of a swear jar, you should have a trying to go infinite jar. I mean, going infinite on Defect is very reasonable. Defect has recycle. So every deck can exhaust down, kind of like Ironclad, and then you can do Meteor Strike stuff. But Meteor Strike is a rare that we don't have, so we probably shouldn't play around it. But Rainbow's not bad on its own, right? It blocks, channels a Dark Orb. Pretty happy to pay Snecko Eye costs for that. But the Hyper Beam's got to be better right now, right? Oh, you probably posted the link. Can you put it in Discord and then I'll repost it? Not sure if you're in the Discord or if I need to post a link, but I guess I said the name, so I'll just go ahead and say it. There's the link to the Discord if you want to join. Amplify is very speculative, but I think the other two offer a lot of guaranteed value to help in the next act. Yeah, I agree. I think if we want to just win Act 2, we pick Hyper Beam. Doesn't another Hyper Beam take you out of doing orb stuff? Not really. We just don't play it. If it's like, if we're fighting Champ and we have to do orb scaling or something, like if we take an inserter from the boss and then we're fighting Champ, then we never play a second Hyper Beam. But yeah, it's for hallways. All right, let's just take the Hyper Beam. I'm pretty sure I never regret this. So, oh, there's Pandora's box. That's good for infinites. Find ourselves a Meteor Strike. Get some more card draw. Get rid of these useless defends and strikes. Seems amazing. Other stuff we could do to get some extra energy. Calling Bell's not that bad with Snecko because we draw 7 cards a turn, so it doesn't really matter if we draw the curse, or it doesn't matter as much. It blocks a smaller portion of our total hand size. But yeah, Sosu not amazing. Here, let me repost Bad Terrence's double. Let's see, double. What is it called? Double Hyper Beam on flavors. Oh, of course, Bad Terrence is in the Discord. Bad Terrence was talking about Luck Be a Landlord the other day. Speaking of which, how do you like Luck Be a Landlord? I saw you were playing it. I don't know if that's I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but Discord told me you were playing it. What'd you think? I guess you also talked about it on Discord. I'm gonna pick Pandora's Box because it's really fun. Okay. Wow, we have 4 compile drivers now. Yeah, it does feel. I think that my win percentage has increased over time. I think there are things you can do in the early game to mitigate dying at 450, which I feel like is the. If you can survive 450, you pretty much win, right? The Claw is obviously bad. We ended up removing 2 cards from the deck, the White Noise and the Electro. Get out of the way. The Glacier obviously is a value bonanza, and I think we're pretty happy about Glacier Charge Battery. Yeah, it's true. We were definitely doing orb stuff. 4 compile drivers, Glacier, 2 Electros, and a Darkness. So, okay, orb stuff it is. But if we find a Meteor Strike, we're still taking it. It's Collector. Okay. We do have to scale up a little bit to be able to beat her on like turn 4 or 5 would be ideal. Let's see, pathing. There's a 3 elite path here. Another one starts with these 2, but doesn't have the fire. And also finishes there. If we go fight the Mega Elite, there's no 30 elite, and the Mega Elite is forced, which is awkward. Sorry, that was my, how do I turn that off? That was my Battle.net client, not yours. Not a lot of early question marks. I guess we get 1 extra question mark if we go left instead of right, but then we give up a fire, so that doesn't seem worth it. I think we go this way so that if we get really beat up, we can go for this early fire instead of the elite. Okay. Chosen. Sure. I wish this was Darkness Plus, because then we could Doom and Gloom Darkness Plus and evoke them both. Or, what do you call it? Channel them both? What is it? What is the name for this? Trigger the passive. There's no name. Okay. Be nice to play Glacier. We could do Darkness Glacier Compile Driver. Try to draw some 0-cost stuff. That seems fine. Okay. Ha. Your hex means nothing to me. Do we have lethal? This is 24 plus 35 is 79? Whoa. No. 59. 24 plus 35 is 59. Plus 21 is 80. Seems like a lot of damage. 88. Draw a couple cards as well. I guess let's compile driver first. Oh wow, okay. Well, if we Hyper Beam, we do actually lose focus now, because she took our artifact charge. Guess there's no reason not to charge battery. Seems like dual cast is always getting played. And then we might as well play both Electros. It looks lethal, but I feel like it's actually a little short. No, it's lethal. Okay. It was over by 1. Second white noise. We do have some powers now. Heat sinks could actually be quite good. 1, 2, 3 powers. It's less than I thought we had. Heat sinks at this point is just like Awaken 1 bait. Kind of doesn't do anything. Second consume seems bad. White noise is decent. Unclear if that's correct. White noise is so hard to evaluate because it's like if it gets echo form, then you like win the game on the spot. And sometimes like creative AI is fight winning, and like if it gets buffer, you're usually happy. If it gets bias cog, that's great. But there's a bunch of bad ones too, where it's like it gets you a heat sink, so it does nothing, or like a storm, static discharge. You're like, well, those are useless. Hey, Zero Gochiro. Not too much is up. Just got back from vacation. My neck is burned like a true redneck. But sometimes it's so good, right? Sometimes it's a free echo form. I guess that echo form is just a free echo form in this deck, because Snecko Eye. So white noise and echo form cost the same. But we don't have an echo form, so we could get one. I don't know. I think, like, with Snecko Eye, without Snecko Eye, white noise is like, if you have an upgrade, it's great, right? It's just like pretty purely positive. Pick a Slay the Spire card or relic that best sums up your vacation. Hold on, I have to think about that for a second. There's no nature Slay the Spire stuff, basically. There's like Exordium Wildlife is like the closest it gets to nature. Oh man, if I'd done drugs, I could pick Odd Mushroom. That would have been great, but I didn't do any drugs. Empty Cage, nothing happened. Empty Cage is actually pretty appropriate, because Empty Cage is... so like, we went to Pinnacles, and Pinnacles has... I don't know, some proportion of the world's California condor population, right? It's got like, there's like 30 there, and there's only like 500 in the world. And we saw like 10 of them. We saw like a bunch of California condors, which was sweet. They're huge. One of them was like nesting right next to the trail, so we were like 30 feet from him. So that was super fun. That feels like Empty Cage, right? And there was like a sign that said that they had recently released a rehabilitated one into the wild. So yeah, I think Empty Cage is probably it. So thanks, Jerry. Let's just despite the you know, I don't think that was the interpretation you were intending. Okay. Yeah, so I think White Noise is probably a no here. If we had like Mummified Hand or Birdface Urn, then obviously White Noise is a pick. If we had like Creative AI or Heat Sinks in the deck, I think White Noise would be pretty pickable. But as is, I don't think we don't want like powers specifically. We don't want like powers for power's sake. We want powers for like orb slots and like focus and blocking and stuff. And I think White Noise is just not consistent enough at doing those things, especially not like a second White Noise. We already have one. So I'm going to skip this one. Okay. Looters. This is free, but we might want to play it. Let's see, let's think about the ordering. I think we want Glacier first. Let's do Glacier Zap, and then... draw some cards? Or Darkness. Darkness blocks. Blocks for 3. Sets up future compile drivers better. Okay. Maybe we did too much damage to him, because he's just gonna die to a Hyper Beam, right? Okay. Double Hyper Beam. Excellent. Reinforced Body is always nice for Snecko, because it's consistent. It always does exactly the thing that it does. Can't get its cost randomized. So worst case scenario, your whole hand costs 3, you can still Reinforced Body for 27 block. And that can save your life. We did lose a little bit of block from the Pandora's box. We gave up 4 defense and only got back like a Glacier and a Charge Battery. However, I'm a lot more likely to play Glacier and Charge Battery than I was to play the defense anyway. So I don't know if we really lost that much. But Reinforced Body is totally pickable without any like caveats, right? We don't need an excuse to pick Reinforced Body. I think we can just pick it because it's good. It's good if we do energy manipulation stuff too. Writhe for Relic. This is kind of an interesting decision in the context of Pandora's box, because there's no obvious cards that we want to remove from the deck anymore. Like there's no strikes and defends. It's probably Claw is the weakest card right now. Claw, definitely not an all-star in a Snecko Eye deck. But still better than a strike, usually. At least it does something, you know, scales. Energy manipulation isn't as good on Snecko outside of Meteor Strike, because your turbos and aggregates cost more. That is true. Double energy as well costs more. I think it's still worth thinking about, though, just because specifically Meteor Strike is so good. Yeah, also, yeah, the card Plasma does get better, right? Because you don't have to upgrade it for it to be decosted. Yeah, Fusion not the strongest of Defect's energy manipulation cards, but can work. Yeah, I think we just leave. I don't see any reason to take this risk. It seems like we're really strong right now, and it's unclear what the purpose of this, what we're looking for here. I guess we could get like Data Disk or something. Oh, that's true. It is plus max HP. Good point. I didn't even think about the max HP. I just like whenever I see Darkstone Parapt, I'm like, well, that one's a miss. We skipped a relic that time, but it does matter here. Although it's 6. Chaos channeling 2 Plasma. Do you have any way to discard, skip, or exhaust it? I don't think Defect can, right? You definitely can. Recycle. Recycle exhumes things, or exhausts things. I don't think there's any discard, though, outside of... there's a colorless card that discards, is that right? Or no, that card puts it back on top. That's true. Reboot does say discard on it, technically. Yeah, the Writhe is pretty bad. The Writhe is not great. The Writhe decreases our chance of drawing double Hyper Beam against Slavers, which is something we're highly interested in doing. It's a pretty draw-centric deck. Quad Compile Driver, 3 Orb types. When's your next shop? I don't think we're planning on going to one at all. We might go to, like, this one, like that one. It's going to be a while. I think we're probably no on this. The parry-up does make it a little bit more interesting. The artifact does not affect this. This curse doesn't debuff us. Yeah, if this gave us a non-Writhe, we definitely wouldn't take it. Writhe is like sort of a relative high roll. I guess maybe if it gave us like an injury, we'd be more likely to take it. But if it gave us like normality or doubt or something, there's no way we'd take it. But Writhe is sort of like a top quartile curse. Losing draw is kind of worse than normal. I don't think so. I have kind of like complicated feelings about draw with Snecko Eye, right? Because like cards that draw lots of cards are good with Snecko Eye because you like put Meteor Strikes in your deck, right? When you have Snecko Eye, so you've got like really dense cards, and the more cards you draw, the less vulnerable you are to Snecko making your whole hand cost 3, for example. But also like the marginal value of each card in hand is lower because you have 7 of them, right? The sort of proportional cost. So it's yeah, I can sort of see both sides of it, I guess that's what I'm saying. So obviously if this like high rolls and gives us a gambling chip, then like that's sort of it's like a shot on goal, right? And we want to take shots on goal, right? Because that's how we win the game. Anything that like says 2% chance to win the game, if you can click that button enough, eventually you win the game, right? And this is definitely like a we could win the game right now button. But it's also, you know, it could be Juicy Bracelet, right? In which case it's definitely not worth it. So I think the value overall is probably slightly suboptimal here. But the shot on goal rating is like really high. What relics just win us the game on the spot? There's like Incense Burner and Gambling Chip are like the classic, like super overpowered relics. We could get like Preserved Insect, Data Disk has that feel. Mummified Hand, yep. What's the +1 slot? That's actually a shop relic, so we're not eligible for that one. That's Runic Capacitor, and it's +2 slots. Or wait, it's +3 slots? Runic Capacitor is so busted. Yeah, Fossilized Helix for the buffer. Alright, let's take it. It's a pair. So we got 2 max HP procs at the same time, so that's kind of fun. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen before. Literally the same event caused us to gain max HP 2 different times. Gained 16 max HP there. Alright. Not amazing, but something. Electro Compile Driver draws a card. Do we end up zapping or streamlining after Electro? I guess we'll see what we draw first. So this is 3 AoE damage for the rest of the fight. This is 21 damage to a target. No, pair was not a win on the spot relic, unfortunately. So these do 6 each turn until we Hyper Beam, which could be next turn. So it could just only do 6 damage. If we do the small Hyper Beam, it'd be 32 total damage. So if we streamline him, he's dead. There is no relic cube, Cherrylicious. It's an implementation detail. Meow? Makes you say that? Don't you also think purr? What about purr? Could Coolhead draw a 0-cost card? Seems unnecessary. Let's just streamline. Who do we streamline, though? I could see an argument for either. If we can consider Cultist to already be dead to double Hyper Beam. Okay. Let's go ahead and Glacier Compile Driver, see what we can find. Sweet. 0-cost Doomgloom. Seems incredible. 27. Need 10 more. Compile Driver could draw it. If you think about it, the pair can be given to Naloth, which can then be used to get Naloth's gift, which can then give us 5 more Hyper Beams. That'd be pretty exciting. I would like to see those Hyper Beams, please. I think we actually reinforce body here. Blocks for 14, blocks out this turn. We're guaranteed to Hyper Beam plus next turn. Which wins? 34... Not exactly, but probably. I guess we just Hyper Beam Reinforce Body, huh? And because we don't care about the Frost Orb block. Okay. Bonk. Okay. We beamed him. We can play Creative AI. Nope. Guts has the same problem as White Noise, except it's even slower. Yeah, seriously, that Clockwork Souvenir has been dominating these Chosens. Yeah, Creative AI is just a slower Heat Sinks, right? Takes 2 turns to play a Heat Sinks. Part of the reason to not like Creative AI here is the powers get generated in your hand, so their costs do not get randomized. So if you get an Echo Form, you gotta pay out the butt for it. It's an expensive Echo Form. I've been cursing a lot today. I'm up to I think I'm up to 4 on the swear jar now. It can be a win condition, that's true. I mean, eventually Creative AI wins all fights, right? If you can give it enough time. It's an everything scaling card. But, who's got the time for that? I've got Hyper Beams to play. I'm on a clock here. Cursing more is more at max HP? What? How do you get cursed more? Do we ever take Ball Lightning? We've got 2 Electrodynamics and 4 Compile Drivers. Oh, I've been cursing a lot. I gotcha. Yeah. I wish I got max HP every time I said a curse word. That'd be sweet. No, it would not be sweet. That'd be super exploitable. You would never die as soon as you got Darkstone Parry up. It would go from being the worst relic in the game to being the best instantly. I think we just skip here. If it said Coolhead Plus, I think it'd probably be worth it, but it doesn't. Infinite max HP. The only time you would see Darkstone Parry up and not win on the spot would be if you've already done Mark of the Bloom. It would make Mark of the Bloom worse because it'd be so good. Do we fight this fight and try to line up 2 elites? I feel like we can kind of do unlimited elites here with double Electro, double Hyper Beam. That's a very strong Act 2 elite comp. So let's go fight him. Haha, what does he know? Oh, he's gonna take my artifact charge. I'm pretty sure that he will take it, right? I don't know if I've ever seen this specific interaction, but I assume this is how this works. Dude, handball's serious. Okay, Coconut, yeah, we hear you. You're small and vulnerable. Yeah, I believe it uses up the artifact before it realizes that I already have confusion that it wants to do nothing. So I think we play Doom and Gloom, get the Dark Orb in front. Get some Lightning Orbs to back it up. He does take it, yep. As expected, but not great for us. We learned stuff from Compile Driver and White Noise. Is there a reason to play one of them before the other? Is there like any world where we play White Noise and then Compile Driver draws 3 cards? Coconut. LM Damasi wanted to attack you. Can you believe that? She just wanted me to watch her use her cat ladder. It's very impressive when she jumps up on a desk. I think we want to see this first. Okay. Interesting. Oh, attack it with Cuddles. I see. It's okay, he just meant Cuddles. Yeah, Cuddles are fine. I guess it could have been Storm. I think if we'd gotten Storm, maybe there was a world where we could draw 3 with Compile Driver. Because we have a Darkness in hand. So if we'd like Glacier, Darkness, play a power, we could have drawn 3. Do we have lethal? I don't think we do. Doesn't seem like we can afford the dual cast. So our max damage is like darkness or Glacier, Darkness to evoke stuff, and then Hyper Beam, Charge Battery to block. Handball's huge in my hometown. It was the best. Backhand skids were my bread and butter. Oh my gosh. Red rubber ball. Wait. What does handball mean for everybody here? I think we're thinking about different games when we say handball. For me, handball's like, it's like there's like dribbling, and it's like a pseudo like soccer-sized court. Zap Darkness Glacier gets there, is that true? So Zap Darkness Glacier evokes 3 Lightning Orbs and a Dark Orb, so 12 plus 8 times 3 is 24. Definitely seems like it gets there. And Hyper Beam's 35, so 24 plus 35 is 59 plus the 12. Yeah, 71. Bad Terrence is correct. Your version of handball is called wall ball. I've never heard of wall ball. I don't know what that means. Wait, it's like ratchet ball. What the hell is ratchet ball? But with no paddle. Are you talking about racquetball? I love the idea of ratchet ball. Click, 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 bam! The ball explodes. A ratchet ball. A bit like Cloppers, but with 4 on each side. Are these real games? Are people making these up? Cloppers. Second Glacier seems good, right? Makes up for our lack of defense by being a better card than defend. Okay. Yeah, people are definitely making this up. Very Ringmas Day. Get the fuck out of here. Alright, give me that double Hyper Beam. Oh, we got 1. 1's not the same as 2. Unfortunately. One weird trick math lovers hate. Oh, dude, I love cricket. Cricket's awesome. No, I'm aware of cricket. I was a big baseball player in my youth. Cricket is externally similar to baseball. I guess we just double compile driver. What if this hand had a 0-cost glacier in it? That would be nice. Yeah, but it doesn't, so... Ouch. Get hit for 30. Doom and Gloom kills Red Slaver, so does Electrodynamics. Actually, Electrodynamics Streamline kills Blue and Red Slavers. And there's no way to kill all of them. So I'll just take the 8. Man, second Hyper Beam, where are you? You're way late. Sundial, huh? Well, we don't have a Meteor Strike, and we don't have 2 Cool Head Pluses, so that's probably not super relevant. We also haven't seen a single hologram. At the very beginning of this run, when we first swapped into Snecko, I was like, alright, I'm picking every hologram I see. 0 holograms since then. It's a common. You would think you'd see a bunch of them. I'm not particularly complaining, it's not like an amazing card, but like, you would just think that I would have seen one by now, and I have not. I've seen 2 Hyper Beams, picked both of those. No holograms. Skim's pretty okay. Skim can be one of the cool heads in the Meteor Strike Cool Head combo. So if we take a Skim, we pick up a Meteor Strike and upgrade Cool Head, remove a bunch of cards, so we can do infinite. Stands well on its own. It's good with the Sundial. Sure. I think we go here and rest. Pay off that max HP from the Periapt. Darkstone Periapt. Am I pronouncing this word right? Periapt? I don't know what a Periapt is. Parafet? Is that how you're supposed to say it? Periapt? I have no idea what this... What is a Periapt? Is it like an amulet? It looks like an amulet. It's got like a little string on it. Periapt. No idea what that's supposed to be. Continuing our no Hyper Beams on turn 1 streak here. Yeah, right. It's like, I know that other people say Periapt, but what this word actually is and means, I have no idea. It's etymology, complete mystery. A bunch of 3-cost stuff, so I guess we'll Electro Consume. And take 10. Alright, Google says we're pronouncing it right, so I guess that means we're doing it right. We need to block this turn. So I think we like Glacier Electro. Which should still kill these guys, right? Yeah, these do 20. It's like a Charm or Amulet, yeah. I guess it's... Why are there multiple words for that is what I'm really wondering. We could Glacier Cool Head Electro. Blocks for a little bit more. Draws a card. So I'll go ahead and Cool Head first. Just in case we draw anything relevant. Nope. And Darkness for fun, or keep the Lightning Orbs. He could be summoning next turn. It would be nice to hit him with a big Dark Orb, though. Could be hard to manage to find the spot, you know. From Greek, to fasten around. Huh. Okay. Sounds about right. Well, now we all know more about periapt. Today I learned. Or, I don't know, those of us who did not originally know the etymology of periapt have learned something. There's probably somebody in chat who's like, I didn't learn anything. I knew that already. And to that person I say, great. Good job. How likely are we to evoke this Dark Orb before he summons? If we draw Glacier next turn, we're probably not playing it because he can't attack next turn. So we would only play it if we wanted to get Darkness going. It does damage faster than Electro, though. Go ahead and do it. It's free. Draws one more with Compiled. Great point. Well, I was hoping to draw this Hyper Beam when there were actual targets for it. I think I'll probably just play it anyway. He's run out of health to stop me with. But he is summoning, so it would be nice to have the Hyper Beam when there are more targets out. A lot of block coming in next turn. Or we could just Compile Driver and get a Shuffle sooner. We're probably playing a 2-cost attack and a Claw here. I guess we could skim for Shuffle now. Seems like a very bold decision with Hyper Beam Plus in hand. Seems like bold and unnecessary. If we want to optimize for redrawing Hyper Beam, we play Compile Driver Claw right now. It seems like a reasonable thing to optimize for. But then we can't get Glacier next turn. Or, I mean, we can, but we're less likely to, because currently it's guaranteed. Do we want Glacier next turn? Not really. Okay. I guess we can evoke the Dark Orb now since it costs 0. 14 plus 10. So it's 24 damage, puts him at 62. So he's in range of double Hyper Beam. Wait, is that true? No, double Hyper Beam is 59, but he's functionally in range. I guess getting the good target's good. We sort of run out of Lightning Orbs, though. Our only Lightning Orb generation left is Zap. Which is not super efficient. But we don't really need Lightning Orbs, right? Like, we use Lightning Orbs for AoE, but we also use Hyper Beam for AoE. I'll take the guaranteed damage. Did it. Why don't you go ahead and summon again? Seemed like that worked out well for you. I'll take some energy next turn and proc Claw. Is there any reason to play either of these? I don't think there is. Don't ever give up. Good strategy. If we Cool Head, we Shuffle next turn, and that gets us a Sundial proc, and we're guaranteed lethal, so there's no downside. White Noise is not allowed to metascale. We don't want to Compile Driver because we need to draw Hyper Beam next turn. Okay, Sundial's set up. Art of War and a Fairy in a bottle. This is Bias Cog. That goes well with Clockwork Souvenir. Can White Noise give self-repair? It cannot. Although it seems like White Noise kind of gets painted with a broad brush there. I understand why creative AI can't generate self-repair, because then you would just wait forever for full health in all fights. Although, to be fair, if you can do that, I don't feel like it's completely out of line for something you should be allowed to do in a Slay the Spire fight, right? Like, you can, if you have bites, you can get to full health. So it's not outrageous. But yeah, I guess Dead Branch farming, yeah. But it seems like generally white noise is a consumable resource, so having white noise generate metagame scaling I would not be offended by. Nurles can give Exhume. Yeah, Exhume seems like a weird exception to the no meta-scaling resources, because you can just exhume your meta resources, right? So it's like Ironclad just has an asterisk, where it's like, you can't generate any meta-game resources unless you're Ironclad. At some point I want to do an Ironclad, Prismatic Shard, Alchemize, Dead Branch, infinite farming the Alchemize with an Exhume combo. I think that would be both fun and stupid. And that's kind of where, that's like that's what I want this stream to be about. Fun and also stupid. Alright, let's pick the Bioscog, right? We've got a lot of weird ideas about what we're doing with our focus. Are we going up or are we going down? Who knows? Bioscog says up. Sometimes we go down. Yeah, I've done the Nightmare one. So that one's, we got a checkbox there. I want to do the weird Ironclad one, because I haven't done that. Molten Egg, are we ever picking an attack again? We're definitely not doing bites. Meteor Strike would be nice. We definitely pick a Meteor Strike, but Meteor Strike's upgrade isn't even that good. It's like 6 extra damage? Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's, you know, it's extra damage. If you're trying to infinite Time Eater, extra damage matters, but... also, it's speculative, right? And we don't really need to speculate here. We can just take a Sapphire Key. That's 2 strike damage. Good point. Yeah, it's true. If you're infinite hitting Time Eater with Meteor Strikes, you're probably winning. You don't really need the extra 6. Thunder Strike plus with a Vajra. Well, if we had a Strike dummy, we could talk. But also, we can just, like, if we get a Thunder Strike, we can just upgrade it. We don't need the Molten Egg for this. Seems like a Sapphire Key to me. We're trying to fight another Elite, or do we want an extra fire? We could take 2 extra fires in exchange for our Elite. Not really that hyped about going to a shop. I mean, a shop removes a Writhe, which is nice, but Question Mark's going to remove the Writhe too. And 2 fires means we upgrade Hyper Beam and Bias Cog. Maybe Reinforced Body, maybe Cool Head. Definitely want Bias Cog for the boss fight. I think I'm a fire user here. Yeah, I did take the Writhe from the event. We can still choose shop here if we want. I'm gonna take fire now. I think 2 fires is better than a relic. First upgrade I think is Bias Cog. In boss fights, we're gonna want to play Bias Cog and 0 Hyper Beams, I think. So we're skipping Hyper Beams until the fight's over, and using the souvenir on the cog. Or we could just, you know, take debuffs. 50 gold makes that shop look a little better. Go up to 280. Technically we go up to 274, which means that we can't always afford the shop relic, right? The range on shop relics is like up to 280. Merchant. What's the max cost on shop relics? It says 157. I believe that we have to multiply that by something. Yeah, it's increased by 10%. So it's 180. Is that the number? 157 times 1.1. Oh gosh, I'm in programmer mode. Standard. Okay. 157 times 1.1 is 172. So the max cost of a shop relic is 172? What's in Infomod 2? Does it tell me about shop relics and stuff? Could take a Ritual Dagger. Seems like we're pretty excited to end hallway fights. We're kind of just ending hallway fights as soon as we possibly can. Someone 25. I think that's. Can you put that in the Discord? I'll take a look at it. It's probably a link to the mod, I would imagine. Pretty much everything you ever want to know about your current situation. Wow, that sounds great. Wait, does it include potion percent? Because I know. Oh wait, I know. I know. OBJ was working on an upgrade where you didn't have to do the stupid plugin thing. Oh my god, it does the thing! Okay, alright. Oh wait, it's the GitHub one. Is there a workshop version of it? I haven't installed any Alright, I'll take a look at it. I'm not committing to either doing it or not doing it. I don't know how difficult it is to install GitHub. I'm technical enough to accomplish this, but... okay. With Silent and Default Deck, you usually remove, upgrade, or transform Act 1. Usually transform. You must be talking about floor 2, because floor 1 is always a fight, but... he doesn't think it's polished enough. You don't need GitHub to download the mod. Wait, yes you do. It's a GitHub link. If GitHub didn't exist, you wouldn't be able to get it. I mean, I have all the Git tools installed. That's not the problem. I just, like, there's a lot of configuration stuff and, like, where do you put it and stuff. Yeah, I imagine it's pretty easy. I think I like 50 gold here. I like Ritual Dagger, but, hey, Marinda. Vacation was good. Build the mode yourself. I could do that. I definitely, like... I have worked professionally as a Java developer, but I'd have to, like, go install Eclipse and stuff. It's been a while. Is Eclipse still the cool kids Java IDE? Have we moved on to, like, I don't know. What were the competing ones at the time? Like, Writer probably has a thing. IntelliJ. That sounds right. Transform to strike into a piercing whale. Sounds like a good thing to do. I'm just gonna take gold. Oh shit, it's apparitions. What are you doing here? It does depend a little bit on who your boss is. Particularly, like, what cards you discard. For the transform. Like, if it's a Guardian, you might be more inclined to keep your defense. Whereas if it's the other two, you need more damage. Do you think that, on average, Defect cards are weaker than other classes' cards? I don't know. So, like, that's a very context-sensitive question, right? Because, like... so when you say Defect cards, it sort of seems like you're trying to extract the cards from the context of the class. And Defect, so like if you are playing like Ironclad and you have a Prismatic Shard, Defect cards do tend to be weak because they rely on like orb slots, right? And you don't have very many orb slots if you have Prismatic Shards. So like, I don't know. It kind of depends on how you're counting it, right? So from that perspective, like Defect cards do tend to be bad. But it's kind of hard to say. Okay, so let's take these apparitions, right? Apparitions seems pretty good. We do a lot of card drawing, which makes apparitions a little bit uncomfortable. So if we, like, draw 7 cards a turn and 2 of them are apparitions and they both cost 3, we're a little bit upset about that. But I think we're willing to pay 0 current HP for a pretty massive deck quality upgrade. Shop or Fire? Fire can upgrade an apparition. Shop removes a Rive. Maybe get something. I mean, in the sense that for other classes, I can pick strong cards and become strong. In Defect, naively picking good cards does not seem to work as much. I think Defect is probably the class most likely to be doing a combo. Where, like, you want to do, like, Scrape and Claw specifically, or you're trying to do, like, Meteor Strike and something else to, like, draw, to do some kind of combo. So in that sense, you don't want to pick good cards for those decks. I don't know. I think that, like, pick strong cards and become strong is probably, like, not really a great strategy for any class. So I think that's kind of where I would draw the line. It's like, I think that's maybe not as good as you're claiming it is. You think Defect has the worst attack cards. If you kept all the skills and powers and swapped into different classes' attacks, you think the class would be stronger. I think that's kind of reasonable, right? Like, in general, I think if you're, like, on a whiteboard drawing big circles about, like, class identity, I think Ironclad's about attacks, Silent is about skills, and Defect is about powers, right? Like, that's kind of the like, which card types are allied with which classes, right? And then Watcher they made later, so they didn't put it on that whiteboard. And so Defect definitely has, like, the best powers, right? Right, Watcher's about winning. That's why Bludgeon is much better than Sunder. I mean, Bludgeon slaps, man. Bludgeon can get it. If we had access to Bludgeon in this Snecko deck, I would absolutely take it. Yeah, Bludgeon versus Sunder is, like, pretty situational, right? Also, like, what situation are you comparing them in? You'd have to have a Prismatic Shard, right? How do we get stronger here? What do we upgrade at that fire? Probably an Apparition now, right? Seems like having them upgraded is pretty important with Snecko Eye randomizing the cost of them. Judgment is kind of like Sunder. That's a good point. I feel like going to a fire here is disrespecting Collector a little bit. I do feel like we kind of want to get stronger. But, like, saving money for the Shop Relic when we already have Clockwork Souvenir and don't want Orange Pellets is like, what are we looking for here? Like, we don't want to buy rare relics, they're too expensive. Are we trying to buy a Meteor Strike? It's not, like, super likely. I guess we just want to get rid of the Writhe. I think that's good enough. It's not a great floor, but... Oh. It is a great floor. Okay. Surprise, surprise. Okay. And what else? We've just doubled our metascaling. Sweet. And then we, like, card remove the Writhe and take a Capacitor. Upgrade the Capacitor at the fire. Seems like a pretty reasonable set of decisions. Sunder is kind of like Meteor Strike at home, right? Sunder is pretty decent with Snecko Eye. It's not really Act 1, though, so... Going into Act 3, I don't know if Sunder is really pickable. Maybe if it's a plus on it. Let's do this part. Pretty sure that's good. Capacitor seems pretty outstanding with a Bias Cog and a Consume in the deck. Thanks to follow, TimTid21. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. Yeah, okay. And thank you to Jerome P23. Also appreciate your support. And I would like to also welcome you to the Vegetable Patch. I never know what to do with this event. I will admit I am just frequently confused by these options. Strength seems good. Being able to Hyper Beam down Act 3 fights on turn 1 seems great. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. That takes our Clockwork Souvenir. I think that's pretty much off the table. We've got a job for that. That Clockwork Souvenir. It's like Hyper Beam or Bias Cog. I don't think we ever take a special relic here. I like transforming the apps into master strategies. Interesting plan. They are colorless cards, so we could get like 2 Madnesses and then just like cry into our soup. 2 Jack of all trades. Ooh, hey, thanks for the gifted subs, Disc Buddy. Appreciate that, and I'm sure that colorblind LVB will appreciate his new access to the emotes. Oh crap, do I not have a Defect one up? It's Defect month. What am I doing with my life? I guess we'll just have to do Kunai. I've never taken Jax. It seems scary. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page. I mean, sometimes it's good. I have taken it before. It's like if you're playing Ironclad and you're just desperate for strength scaling, Jax can be your solution. Or if you have bites, maybe. I think it's just 2 transforms. Jax is good with Artifact. How so? The losing health is not a artifact cost. Jax Staff for Apparition seems weird. A little bit. I mean, they kind of technically work together, right? Because Jax takes 3 health, but then if you're intangible, it only takes 1. Oh, the relic. So actually, yeah, it does work with Clockwork Souvenir if you want strength. But we don't want strength here. We've got a job for this Clockwork Souvenir, and it's in the next fight. It's giving us 5 focus forever. And since this is non-optional, right? This interaction happens whether we want it or not. We can't really afford that. Actually, technically, if we draw Bias Cog on turn 1, how does this work? Yeah, actually, no. The way they're aligned up, the mutagens would happen first, so we'd get 3 temporary strength, and then at the end of the turn, if we still have an artifact charge, we would remove the temporary strength and keep it. But if during the first turn we play Bias Cog, we would get to keep the focus. So that's a weird little relic bar ordering. Relic bar ordering does matter. There is a priority switch. So for a lot of relics like Snecko Eye and Clockwork Souvenir both say start each combat, right? Right. It says start each combat confused, and this one says start each combat with 1. So you would think if they were going to be consistent about mutagens and Snecko Eye, then sometimes you'd be able to block the confused by Clockwork Souvenir. Like if you had Clockwork Souvenir after Snecko Eye, you would block the confused, but that is not the case. Snecko happens before Clockwork Souvenir. It's just it's a different trigger. Even though they both say start the combat, there's 2 different start the combats, and Snecko happens on the earlier one. But mutagens and Clockwork Souvenir do happen on the same trigger, so their relationship to each other does depend on their order in the relic bar. I think we have to transform here. Honestly, we don't want Jax. Jax is bad. We don't want this. This is bad. So we have to do this one. So it's basically just what are we transforming? Claw seems like an obvious answer. Darkness is not a bad pick. What about like Zap? Yeah, Zap seems like a worse darkness, right? Although it is our only access to lightning orbs after both Electros, which can be valuable. I think Dualcast probably has a spot because of the Dark Orbs. I'm not a huge fan of White Noise. We could get rid of that. Let's go ahead and click this button and this button, because those are happening. Yeah, that's true. We could get rid of a compile driver. I think with 4 compile drivers, though, we just have to be comfortable being a theme deck, right? We just need to make decisions that are good with compile driver, and not try to like pull out of the compile driver dive. We just gotta live with it. So I think the top cards are Darkness, Zap. I could give up an Electro. I'm not, like, super tied to having 2 of those, especially for Act 3. And White Noise. I don't think there's any other candidates. I don't think we're doing Consume. I think we leaned into that with the Capacitor pick. And I think we want the Focus. Although it's definitely not, like, necessary for every fight. We could do the Hyper Beam minus. The Hyper Beam minus is basically just, like, for Act 2, right? And Act 2's over now. Or ending very soon. Hyper Beam is still decent in Act 3, though. In Act 3 hallway fights. Like Orb Walkers and stuff. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do Zap. Holy crap, we got an Echo Form. Charge Battery's not bad either. Echo Form's obviously the highlight reel card here. Sweet. Okay. I talked about upgrading Capacitor. Is that even better than upgrading Consume? If you assume that Capacitor and Consume are paired, you always get 6 energy, right? If you have only 1 upgrade. You either get 3 orb slots and eat all 3 of them, or you get 2 orb slots and eat them better. Does Transform keep card rarity? It doesn't, I think. It keeps card color, and that's it. I kind of wish that it kept both rarity and upgraded status. That'd be kind of fun if you could, like, fish for a specific card by... but yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't capture rarity. We didn't actually sacrifice a rare card. We did Claw and Zap. We were considering the other Hyper Beam, but we left it. Yeah, maybe we just upgrade Apparition, right? Like, maybe we don't care about the Capacitor Consume thing that much. That's true. Yeah, because Strikes and Defense are technically a different rarity than common cards, right? Transform outcome changes if you're transforming a basic or non-basic card. Does it really? But, like, does it change in a way that you would be able to tell the difference without exploring the seeds? Because if it only changes in a way that you care about, if you explore the seed, then I don't care, right? That doesn't make any difference to me in terms of actual play. Hard to go wrong with Apparition Plus, but it feels bad to have a Capacitor minus and a Consume minus in the deck. And it seems like Consume is the one we would want to upgrade so that we have to play fewer total cards. You have to explode the seed. Yeah, so it's an interesting detail, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's just take an Aberration Plus. We want to line these up with Echo Form and do stuff, so... Can I get a Bias Cog? I think we want Lightning Orbs in front for next turn. And it looks like we're able to do that by doing, like... Electro Coolhead? Yeah, Artifact does block weak. We shouldn't be weak. She doesn't weak us until turn 4. And if it's taking us that long to get set up, we're in some trouble. If we draw Bias Cog and it costs non-zero, we're pretty sad. So I think I'm gonna not put an Lightning in the front. I'm willing to pay that cost. Okay. So we get 5 energy next turn. We get a Art of War trigger and a Charge Battery. Okay, there's our Bias Cog. We have to choose between Bias Cog and Hyper Beam taking the Taking the proc here. Pretty sure we want Bias Cog. So it's like Bias Cog Apparition. And charge battery, keep the 5 energy train rolling. Yeah, we don't want to Hyper Beam until the fight's over, I think. Hyper Beam is pretty nice, though, because it basically just kills these guys right now, right? So they take 6 plus what's this? So 41. I guess they don't technically die right now. Yeah, it is sad that the Hyper Beams are dead draws. Zero cost capacitor, sweet. Let's go to Compile Driver first. These guys are going to be dead anyway. They're taking 32 from the double Electro. So we just want to find block for a Collector. Consume Electro generates some block. I guess Consume Dual Cast Electro is the most block, right? Because then we get block for 18. Seems like enough. And I guess I'll play the White Noise. Okay. Unfortunate drawing the Apparition on the debuff turn, but whatever. Always want to play the Echo Form, right? And we could get a Dark Orb out there. Hey, Stixu. Yeah, sorry I was on vacation. Well, I'm not really sorry. I don't need to apologize for it, but, you know. I did miss streaming. I wish that I could have done both somehow. That would have been fun. Doom Gloom double Compile Driver draws 4 cards. There's no bad draws. So, sure. We could Glacier, but to get Frost Orb blocks for later, I'm a little concerned about... We literally have no source of Lightning Orbs now. So it's like, if he summons dudes again, the only way to kill them is Hyper Beam now, basically. Where'd you go for your vacation? I went to Pinnacles National Park, which was amazing. For some reason, I had this conception in my head where Pinnacles National Park is like a desert, sort of like a Utah-style landscape with like arches, and instead of arches, it had pinnacles. That is not the vibe at all. It's actually like a super, I wouldn't say like lush, but like really nice wildlife viewing. There's a lot of animals there. So we saw like deer and rabbits and lots of California condors. Yeah, weather was perfect. It got a little bit cold at night, but you know, gotta be ready for that. So no glaciers are going to be available next turn. If she hits for 21, we do get hit fairly hard. 31 damage potentially coming in. We're almost guaranteed to draw Apparition with Compile Driver, so we'll probably have access to Echo Form Apparition. It should be fine. Keep the damage. She might be summoning too. Yeah, this is good for me. So like double Streamline. I guess we could double Compile Driver and draw 6 cards. I'm not sure what 6 cards we're playing, but what does 12 damage? Could just prep an Apparition for next turn. Doesn't seem right. I mean, double Streamline does 30 damage, so I don't think we're missing out on too much if we do that. triple compiles over only this 18. Let's just get the damage. Going a little slow here. Double apparition blocks his turn pretty nicely. The Jax event is literally called Drug Dealer. Amazing. So this is when we double apparition, right? She can fireball twice in a row, so this is likely to hit, or not super likely, but fairly likely to hit twice in a row, which seems great. And then what? Skim, look for some more zero cost stuff. Or could reinforce body to block for 1. Blocking for 1 seems worse than drawing cards. Okay. Alright, let's get that Dark Orb rotated around. I think it's about time for him to come to play. I just tested transforming cards. Transforming basic and non-basic cards grant the same result. Wow. So not only was that pro tip from earlier not actually useful, it was also not true. Sorry, Rube MPD. You've been proven wrong. Hey, Cthulhu, how's it going? It is only true for some situations. What does that mean? Oh gosh, Jerry's about to go into his PhD thesis on transforms. How is your what's your highest ascension level, Cthulhu? Thanks for the follow, Moxie Ball. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Vegetable Patch. That's amazing. A ball of Moxie. I think we just like double streamline Glacier. So it's populated by a list of all the available cards excluding the original card itself. If you're transforming a non-basic card, then the list will have the base card removed. That makes sense, because it's to transform. You can't transform it into the same thing. Right. I see. Yeah, it's different depending on whatever card you pick, right? And like where that card appears in the list. So like if you roll a really low number, then you're always going to get pretty much the first couple of cards in the list, unless the card that you're transforming is that card, right? Or is one of the cards even lower. Interesting. Right, any card that isn't basic. So technically, maybe the pro tip was correct, right? Technically, the pro tip was all basic transforms operate the same way, right? So like maybe what they observed was that strike and defend both transform into the same thing, but other cards do something different. So he must have been playing a seed where he had a high number. I don't think you can ever transform into a basic. No, you can't. There's no way to get a basic outside of the Note in a Wall event, is that correct? Hey, Redbeardy's here. Redbeardy, you should scroll chat up a little bit because Jerry explained why that's not true. They don't always result in the same transform because the original card is removed from the list. Yeah, Match and Keep gives you basic cards on low ascensions, right? But then they replace that with a curse, so that's technically true. But yeah, on high ascension, there's no way to do it, right? Because both Match and Keep and Note in a Wall are disabled. Yeah, but the implication of not being able to get the same card out, it means that if you roll a high number, if you pick a random number that's late in the list, then your card that's been removed from the list will be before that card, so you'll end up picking an adjacent card rather than the same card. So it does depend on what card you put in. I don't think Match and Keep can give you basics in Ascension 20. Oh, can it? Match and Keep definitely still happens, but they replaced the basics with a curse. No, no, Bad Turns is right. It can still give you... So does it give you... Yeah, because it gives you, like, your class's starter deck non-strike, non-defend, right? Yeah. Because it can give you bash, I've seen. Yeah. So, can you get, like, an extra eruption out of a Match and Keep? That's a pretty legit Match and Keep eruption. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I have seen eruption. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so they must pick one card per class to be the... Wait, I feel like I have seen Vigilance. Okay, so what are we doing here? I want to get the Dark Orb in front, because she's not summoning, so the Dark Orb's going to be, like, lethal soon. Actually, it's lethal next turn, right? If we dual cast it. So we, like, double Streamline Glacier. Okay. I mean, the Streamline's not really doing anything. Maybe we double Charge Battery Glacier. Double Charge Battery Glacier Darkness has a couple of advantages. Number one, we'd go up to 7 energy next turn, which would be sweet. Play lots of Compile Drivers and draw the dual cast. Advantage number two, it... Wait, there's no other advantages. It gets a bunch of energy for next turn and puts the Dark Orb in front. That's the only thing. I think that pretty much guarantees lethal, right? Because we have 4 Compile Drivers in the deck, we basically can't miss. So we just need to find a dual cast next turn. Man, only Compile Driver costs 3. That's gross. We could Cool Head, but the Dark Orb's already in front. Do we have lethal with Cool Head? Cool Head Hyper Beam. Yeah, that is lethal. Okay, I'll just take the lethal in hand then. Okay. Oh, it's the colorless cards that go away. Yeah, I forgot there was colorless cards at low Ascension. Seek seems good. I like the Seek. Buffer, sometimes worth it with Snecko Eye. It's a good Act 4 card. Up against Seek, though. I guess Seek does get somewhat worse when you Snecko Eye, right? According to lore, what does Collector collect? I always assumed that Collector collected souls. She's like trying to collect you. And then you become a Torchhead. But maybe she just like collects stamps, I don't know. Why would she collect the bottom of souls? Great point. How do we know Collector is a miss? There's art associated with her Steam trading card that's clearly presents as feminine. No, the in-game art is not very clear about the gender. Oh, was it confirmed? Okay, there you go. She has explicit pronouns. I'm not against Buffer here. Usually not a big Seek skipper. Also, where's my Meteor Strike? No Meteor Strikes, no holograms this run. I like Buffer Plus a lot better than Buffer. Silent as Johnny seems like Seems like kind of a weird take. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Can active very noob question? Absolutely. Obviously, with the answer is going to come with the caveat that it's hard to make like blanket generalizations about the game because there's a lot of context that is important for a lot of decisions. So there's probably not going to be like a yes or no answer to your question, but feel free to ask it. Does it ever make sense to take on vampirism? I can't seem to make that work. Yes. Yeah, bites are generally okay. The downsides to picking bites is in a lot of circumstances it makes your deck size larger, which is a pretty big downside. Obviously, if you have Molten Egg or Blood Vial, then it's a really good idea to take bites often. If you have Molten Egg, the bites come upgraded, and upgraded bites are quite a bit better than strikes. If you have Blood Vial, then you don't have to pay the max HP cost. You only have to pay the increased deck size cost. And if you're playing Silent and haven't removed a strike yet, you don't even have to pay that. The other things that matter, sometimes you're like near death, right? If you're at like 2 health, then like you pretty much obviously take bites because you can heal. If you're playing a slow deck, so like there's just sort of like a defect variety where it's like you play you have a lot of frost orbs and focus scaling, you have like creative AI and stuff. Those decks generally want bites because you take a lot of damage setting up your combo, and you kind of need a way to recover that health afterwards. I think if you're having trouble making it work, probably you are focusing too much on it, right? If you take bites, it's not like a big part of the deck, right? They're still basically strikes. So I wouldn't like try and start upgrading all your bites, for example, right? You need to like find another way to win the game. The strikes or bites are not going to do it for you. But yeah, I think it's often a useful event. I don't know. I like Buffer, but I'm not sure it's better than Skip. I guess with like Echo Form and Apparitions, Buffer kind of fits right in, right? So I guess I'll take it. Pyramid Snecko is pretty scary, so I guess I'm not going to do that. I want to pick Pyramid because I have like Echo Form and Apparitions, but I would just die with a bunch of 3-cost stuff in my hand. So ignore that. Curse Key is not bad. We've already got our blue key, so we could just ignore keys, and we can take Darkstone Periap too. We have Darkstone Periap, so we can just guess Curse Key for value. I think it's probably a Slaver's Collar though, because I would like to take another relic. And I think we kind of dominate hallway fights with double Electro, double Hyper Beam. Including Spikers, because we have like Bias Cog and Frost Orbs and stuff. So I think we're all over hallway fights, so we basically just don't care. So the difference between Slaver's Collar and Cursed Key is this gives us an extra energy in hallway fights, which we don't care about. And this means we don't have to take curses, so it seems almost strictly better. Moxie Ball, actually, if you mouse over the relics, you should be able to see what it gave me. But I will mouse over it myself so that you can see if that doesn't work for you. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff. 2 compile drivers was probably the weirdest part, but definitely a good Pandora's box. Not complaining. So I think we just grab Slaver's Collar. Seems amazing. Let's go. Act 3. Don't need Echoes up first. Okay. Can do. We still have to get our green key, so we're forced into one of these starting paths. They basically start at the same, except this has a choice, but it's not really a choice because we have to go left if we want to go to Act 4, so it doesn't matter. So I'll take the one that doesn't have a choice so that I can't mess it up. That's just science. The mouse over didn't work for you. Is the mouse over working for everybody else? Maybe it's broken. Gonna hit for 10. I would like to Glacier, but it costs 3. I guess we Cool Head first. Okay. Oh, we have Reinforced Body. Okay, great. So we'll just Electro Reinforced Body then. Take 1. Kapow pow. Lightning noises. There's Bias Cog. How about, like, Bias Cog Charge Battery? The previous screen didn't show the cards for the box, and when I mouse over, now it does. Huh. Yeah, there's some sort of kind of weird stuff. There's like, I have the integration turned on for, what is it? Relic Stats? The Relic Stats Slay the Relics exporter integration. But it seems like I need to mouse over things for them to appear in that. I actually don't think I'm choosing between Echo Form and Bias Cog here. I think I'm choosing between, like, Buffer, Compile Driver, and Bias Cog. I don't think we're ever playing Echo. Oh, weird. It's a different rectangle? If we Bias Cog, this blocks for 7, this blocks for 7, that blocks for 14 total. We end up taking 13 damage. Seems like a lot. I don't really want to take 13 damage. Is there a way to not take 13 damage here? Is there a way to go infinite with Defect with a high-ish card count without recycle? Yes. So if you have 2 copies of Hologram Plus that both have 0 cost cards for some reason, so like 2 Madnesses or Snecko, then you can play those 2 holograms targeting each other forever, and that's an infinite. Similar things happen for All for One. Generally, you're going to want low card counts to make that work too, but it does technically work with a large deck. The awkward thing about Buffer is that if you have armor and buffer, and you don't have enough armor to block the first first attack, then your buffer just gets wasted, right? Any way to go infinite with stuff like Fusion or Skim Plus? Those all require you to have lowish deck sizes. So you're going to need to get down to like 11 cards in the deck somehow, if you want to have like a Skim in the loop sort of combo. But yes, there's definitely ways to go infinite. So like, for example, Fusion Plus and Cool Head are an infinite. You need 2 copies of Cool Head so you can alternate them. 2 copies of Cool Head Plus, I should say, and a Fusion Plus. But then the Fusion Plus costs 1, which is effectively -1, so the Fusion Plus is kind of paying for the Cool Head Plus. You can alternate those, but that's, it's an infinite with a shuffle in it, so you need a small deck. Yeah, I guess we're just taking 13. And we could consume for 2 extra health. It also costs us 6 damage. The damage this turn is not super relevant, because it's only doing 4 damage to these ones. Yeah, I added some new emotes. I added them during Silent Month. I have a Defect one, but it's not uploaded. I have to kind of economize, because I don't have enough emote slots, but I should probably swap out one of them for the Defect one. So sound off in chat. What's your least favorite Vegetablebread emote? And then whoever loses gets removed. Probably Vegeta 1 Money. I'm not sure why that's in here. I think that was just like a backup for the Bread Bucks one. And I'm not sure why I promoted that to an emote. I've never seen anybody use it. Also, I don't think anybody can use the Vegeta 1 Watcher other than me, because you have to be a tier 3 sub, because I don't know. That's the emote slots that are available to me. Yeah, I guess 2 extra health is worth something. Electro Hyper Beam's probably lethal. Okay. Charge battery plus. We've already got 2 charge batteries. This will be a 3rd one. How do you feel about self-repair? I would definitely take it in this deck. We have an Echo Form. So being able to Echo Form self-repair is pretty nice. Generally, I think self-repair is not an amazing card. It's basically just a block for 7 that only works if you survive the fight. And that's like worse than leap. So, I don't know. But in this deck, you know, if you're blocking out consistently and you can use an Echo Form on it, it's pretty outstanding. Metagame resources. Not too many ways to get those. Yeah, Charge Battery Plus is okay, but I don't think it's worth picking. We've got enough block stuff. Winding Halls. I love taking Madness on Defect, but this isn't the deck for it. Snecko, I means no. No on that. Plus, the max HP cost is ludicrously low after Apparitions. Writhe would give us additional max HP, which is kind of sick. Be our 2nd Writhe of the run. Are we going to shop? Probably going to this shop. Might be dodging it. In fact, I would say probably dodging it. No, let's take the max HP loss and move on. Potions. Power Pot and Focus Pot both seem better than Potion of Capacity, and neither one is displacing the Fairy. I think it's probably Focus Pot over Power Pot, right? Power Pot can be a buffer, which is nice. Yeah, I think Focus Pot. An Orb Walker. Very well, Orb Walker. We meet once again on the battlefield. Glacier first or Electro first? I think Electro first. Keep the Frost Orbs. Okay. Bioscog Apparition Charge Battery. Seems pretty good. Do we have lethal? Hyper Beam does 35, puts him at 38. Glacier would evoke this for 13. 38 minus 13 is 25. Compile Driver is some damage, but it's not 25. I guess we just have to draw the other Hyper Beam then. So we just play like Apparition, Hyper Beam, End. And we'll likely draw the other Hyper Beam next turn for lethal. Apparitions are so good. We did not draw the other Hyper Beam, but maybe it's on top of the deck. Yep. I think Streamline was also lethal there, so plenty of ways to do it. There's our first hologram. Do we still want one? It's good for pulling busted zero-cost stuff out of the discard. This one is not upgraded. I think we're pretty happy without it, actually. It's not like we're going to do two holograms and upgrade them both and then do an infinite, right? It's like you know, we don't have a Meteor Strike or anything. We're just kind of getting by with drawing a bunch of cards and bias cogging here. Can get you your Apparition Plus. That is true. But I don't think that's a super important interaction. I guess if we upgrade the other apparitions, maybe. I don't think this is worth a deck slot right now, though. Focus Pot versus Focus Pot. I'll take the Focus Pot. Sure. Okay, the Maw. A dastardly opponent. Good thing we get the Bias Cog in before he debuffs us. That's pretty nice. Guess I'll Cool Head first. Always playing Charge Battery. Doom Gloom is 15 damage and a Dark Orb. But we could get an extra energy next turn if we don't play Doom and Gloom because of Art of War. And we could still get the Dark Orb. Seems like we probably don't care that much about the extra 15 damage. And the 2 Dark Orbs. So I'm going to skip it for extra energy. Zero Cost Compile Driver seems pretty nice. Yeah, Snecko has been pretty fair this time. Actually, like, phenomenally fair. This is, like, highly unlikely that the numbers would be this close after that many rolls. I don't know how to, like, approximate the chances of them being within 4 after 500 cards, but here we are. Super close. Very fair, Snecko. Let's draw some cards. I guess we can Capacitor and hold the Electro bits. Seems fine. Shouldn't it be pretty close, though? I mean, it's closest at 0 cards, right? At 0 cards, it's perfectly fair. You would, I mean, as expressed as a percentage of the number of cards you've drawn, you would expect it to converge down to 25% for each. But based on random walk, if you draw 10,000 cards, I'd expect them to be off by, like, 50 or something. At least. This is always getting played. I guess we just play another Compile Driver. Prep a buffer for later seems reasonable. And play this for no reason? Absolutely. $500 isn't that many because there are 4 possibilities. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, 500's exactly 500, right? It's like, what are you comparing it to? Is it time to put the Dark Orb in front? Put the Dark Orb in front by Electro consuming. Or just Electro. The consume is just for fun. We could draw Echoform Apparition right now. I think we probably want Echoform Apparition next turn. So we don't play Compile Driver this turn. Compile Driver also shuffles right now, which is a little bit awkward. Glacier also puts Dark Orb in front. So we could skip the Electro. I think I like Electro consume White Noise, so let's see what White Noise does first. I guess we could do Streamline instead of White Noise, but that costs us an energy next turn from Art of War. Yay! And do we consume? We lose 8 damage, but we gain 6 damage, and then we gain extra dark damage. If you roll a die that had 1,000 sides, you would have to roll a lot more than 6-sided die to see the results converge. What? You'd have to roll it a lot more than a 6-sided die to see the results converge. I think I understand what you're saying, but like, it seems like a proper definition of converge there is sort of squirrely, right? Um, if you expect a difference of 50 at 10,000 cards draw, then 4 at 500 is higher. No, it might be. Yeah, yeah. I might have sort of said some words casually that weren't super accurate. I think I'm gonna do it. I want the extra Dark Orb damage. It's probably gonna end up getting dual casted. So, be 80. Okay. Alright, so let's play those things, and then we're taking 2, and we don't want to play Glacier because we don't want to evoke the Dark Orb. We don't want to play Compile Driver because if we draw the dual cast, we might not be able to play it. So I guess we just play Streamline. This goes up by 13 next turn to 54. 54 dual casted is only 108 damage, but he's taking 30 from the Lightning Orbs. So we're still not going to get lethal next turn. We could Hyper Beam for 20 damage, but it seems like that costs us 20 damage pretty quickly. Oh shoot, we're going to lose the buffer here. Buffering 1 damage. Maybe we just Glacier here. Yeah, it's true. The 3 cost feels so different than the other ones. 1 and 2, it's like usually fine. 3 is like almost always unplayable. All right, I'm gonna sacrifice the buffer. I don't think we need it. Oh my god, the fucking Static Discharge. Oh, I'm so mad at Static Discharge right now. Yeah, get blocked 3D tried to save me. I appreciate that. A little bit too slow. Dang it. So this is doing 40 a turn. So it's 80 over 2 turns. We need to basically find 50 damage over the next couple of turns. So if we like double Compile Driver, double Hyper Beam next turn. Wait, just double Hyper Beam does it, right? It's like 68 damage. I guess not quite. 68 plus 80. Oh, that is enough. Yeah, that's 48. So we have lethal next turn. Okay. So whatever. Oh wait, no, because then we'll get debuffed and we'll lose some of the focus damage. So we end up losing 6 focus, so these hit for 4. So like 16 from these and 52 from these. 52 plus 16 is 66. And then we can like weirdly claw some back with Consume. Alright, let's see it. Dual cast hits for 18, 18 plus 12. Do we consume before dual cast? So we do consume, makes us hit for 22, plus then there'd be 2 left hitting for 6. 22 plus 12 is 34, and then Compile Driver is lethal, so yeah, we got there. Bit of a sketchy end there, but we got there. Auto Shields does say plus on it. Seems not good enough. I do feel like we're teetering on the edge a little bit. This deck's a little bit fragile. The Echo Form Apparition thing is not really working out, like for hallways. It's a little too slow. And the Hyper Beams are scaling off. So I'm in a little bit of trouble. I think we skip here though. Okay. Ooh, max HP giant head is gross. We're gonna die here. Maybe Fairy Potter, Fairy in a Bottle, Focus Spot gets us through it, but I kind of doubt it. We're gonna like draw all of our apparitions before he wakes up, and our things don't scale with slow procs. We just don't interact with this fight very well, and 650 is so much health. But maybe. We can maybe buffer the first, or buffer an attack. Just something we might actually want to wait for Echo Form for the buffer. Because that buys us like 2 whole turns later in this fight. We need to get a huge Dark Orb here. Yeah, I guess we also don't want the buffer to hit a 13 in the first phase, right? You model the cost of Snecko with a multi-normal distribution. The variance is NP, P-1, where N is the number of trials, P is the probability of a particular roll. The standard deviation, which measures the likelihood of being a distance from the average you are, is the square root of the variance. So it's not a straight-up proportional relationship when you go from 500 to 10k. Yeah, that definitely seems true. The standard deviation, which measures the likelihood of being a distance from the average, is a bit of a suspicious phrase. The standard deviation, like, tells you about the shape of the probability distribution, but yeah, I don't know about tells you about the likelihood of being a different distance from the average. But it's that you're not wrong either, right? Like, yeah. Okay, I think I like Glacier Charge Battery over Buffer here. Holy crap, these block for 9. We badly need Consume to hit, like, really hard. So I'm gonna start consuming right away. And we need Darkness in there, too. And we don't want to draw cards, because if we overdraw Echo Form, we lose. And I guess we can play this for a slow proc, but we don't get any payoff for slow procs, so... well, we spend an apparition here, I guess. Apparition and Doom Gloom. Doom Gloom's Dark Orbs get damage faster than Lightning Orbs, so they're more valuable. And now we've already used an attack, so we might as well use another attack. Yeah. We needed Echo Form to hit this capacitor. This is we came online too slow. Echo Form is the bottom card, and we were unfavored in this matchup to start with. And we basically die this turn. I mean, we have a Fairy in a Bottle, so we were not, like, real death this turn, but we're basically dead. I guess probably the best line here is, like, Capacitor, Electrodynamics, White Noise into, like, Defrag? Oh, we did find an Echo Form. Alright. I guess we were hoping for Buffer there. Buffer would have saved us a Fairy. Yeah, we can get Triple Echo. And I guess we will, right? So Double Echo, Double Apparition is not bad. And then double dual cast to get the slow procs for the compile drivers. And then go find some more. Oh, double dual cast actually uses up our Dark Orbs, so the compile drivers only draw 1 card. I guess that's kind of okay. We've got a skim, too. We could double skim. Double skim, dual cast, double compound driver. Drawing a lot of cards. For what reason? We draw 6 cards from that, and then 4 cards from these. So we're drawing 10 cards. We'd like overdraw. Seems like we don't want to draw buffer. Bunch of slope rocks this turn. Maybe this is the Hyper Beam turn. Would do 73. It would cost us 6 damage immediately. So it's net 67 this turn. We draw double buffer next turn. We're already intangible for next turn. I think we just wait it out. We'll have another big turn for Hyper Beam later. Here's the double buffer. So if the video quality gets lower, I apologize. It's a graphics programming joke. But at least you won't have any screen tearing. Should probably invent VSync sometime now. Seems like Darkness should get played. Because those scale faster than lightning orbs. So let's play double Darkness. And double Compile Driver. Play more Darkness. Seems fun. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that Jerk James, you kind of came at a bad time. This is a very difficult fight for us. This is our Mega Elite, and we basically don't play like any cards per turn. We play like 4 cards a turn, and so Giant Heads is kind of giving us the business here. We've got 2 buffers up, so we have a chance in the fight, but it's gonna be tricky. Coolhead draws us the Hyper Beam. Is this the turn? Kind of depends on the Hyper Beam's cost, right? We also don't have dual cast. We might be able to find it with Skim and Compile Driver. Is it possible we block for 55? I guess, yeah. If we reinforce body, we block for 55 on the spot. It blocks for 70. It's absurd. So dual cast is there. So if we double Coolhead and dual cast, we evoke this and that. So we end up dark orbing 3 times for 63 damage. So is it like 190? Seems like we're not there yet. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to let the dark orbs go off yet. So I think we'll just reinforce body twice. And then no Coolhead or Coolhead? I think Coolhead. Oh, shoot! I meant to not... I knew it was going to play twice, and so I was supposed to not do that. Oh well, we lost a little bit of... we lost 15 damage per turn by doing that. So we have 1 less Dark Orb ticking. It's fine. It means we're closer to drawing back to Reinforced Body, which blocks out next turn. Okay. Double Compile Driver draws 4 cards, presumably finds the Reinforced Body. We can double Charge Battery first for slope procs, block, and energy next turn. But if we draw another Compile Driver, we might want to play that. But then we'd overdraw. We also want to double play Darkness. So ideally, we Compile Driver, top deck a 0-cost, dual cast, and a Reinforced Body. And then we double Reinforced Body, double Darkness? I don't know what we want to do here. I guess I'll just play this because it draws 4 cards and I want to know what they are. Okay, we did draw the Reinforced Body. So we can just play double Reinforced Body, double Darkness. Seems like there's pretty limited downside to that. Or do we just play double Reinforced Body, double Charge Battery? We could play double Reinforced Body, double Consume here. Oh wait, no. I guess we'd have to play double Consume, double Reinforced Body, and we probably don't block enough. Yeah, dual cast next turn is pretty close to lethal. That's a good point. So if this turn, if we double Consume, double Reinforced Body, double Charge Battery, or single Charge Battery, do we block out? Probably not, right? This would end up blocking for 14, 28. We'd lose both the Dark Orbs. So 28 plus, that's only 35. We just take a buffer loss, though. So if we play double Consume, we get 4 more focus. These go up to 19 extra. So they go up to 55 next turn. So it's 110, 220. So it's actually guaranteed lethal next turn if we just double Consume. So I guess I'll just double Consume and let him eat a buffer. We want to draw 1 card next turn, ideally. We have Compile Driver to do that. As long as we're able to play both Compile Driver and Dual Cast. So if we play double Consume, double Charge Battery, then we have 7 energy next turn and we're guaranteed to be able to play both. Very complicated European sports car. A ton of moving parts. Everything's working, it looks amazing. When one thing breaks, you're in trouble. Yeah, agree. This is a very sensitive deck with important feelings that you need to know about. This is lethal, right? 110, 220. Yeah, we just double dual cast, that's lethal. Okay, so we'll Compile Driver for Shuffle, for Sundial setup, and then we win. Okay, we survived the fight. That's more than I was expecting. There's a Meteor Strike as our reward. Meteor Strike feels super sick. I'll pretty much take Meteor Strike on any Snecko deck, so... is there any particular reason why it's bad here? Nope. Seems pretty free. I mean, it makes us rotate our orbs a little bit faster, which is bad for Dark Orbs. Doesn't work with focus, and we generally tend to do a lot of focus. Yeah, I actually agree with you, Haxton Wilson. I do not know how we achieved victory here. We just, like, we drew, I wasn't expecting to be able to block out with Reinforced Body, but we were able to block out with Reinforced Body on 2 turns, and then we got ourselves an Echo-formed, buffer, and we just had, like, enough, we had enough, stay in the fight. Yeah, the White Noise Echo form was really good. Yeah, but even if we only had 1 Echo form, we still were doing a lot of nonsense. Meteor Strike seems so hard to skip, but it doesn't work with focus. But it does help with energy, and we kind of have energy problems. so I guess I'll take it. Taking bad Meteor Strikes has killed me before in this month, right? Taking a Meteor Strike where I was like, theoretically this Meteor Strike is playable. And then I died with it a couple of floors later. But this is not like a theoretically this is playable. This is like, it's playable every time we draw it. It's gotta be good. 2 spikers. If we Hyper Beam, we die. He did take our fairy in a bottle, so it was not a free fight. The giant head. Let's see what this is. Okay. Alright, Electrodynamics, it's your turn to shine. What are you gonna do? I think I'll take the double apparition, it seems safe. I like the double capacitor line, but double apparition seems really nice. Double Meteor Strike? Yeah, the ×2 is from Minty Spire. It's just trying to remind us that we have Echo Form up. Okay, just need that Electrodynamics, and then we can just press E to win. Pretty much. Okay. Double apparition across the sky. Didn't take a strictly optimal line through that fight, but I knew that it didn't matter, so. And it didn't matter, it didn't get punished. I think I could have done it better, maybe. This white noise says plus on it, that actually makes it worse for Snecko Eye, so if we get a forge pot, we can't decost it. Loop is okay. Doesn't seem outstanding. It does block a draw. Kind of want those draws to be like Meteor Strikes and compile drivers and stuff. If we upgrade Coolhead and remove a bunch of cards, this is an infinite with Meteor Strike, Coolhead, compile driver. I believe it is, right? Yeah, I think I've done that one before. So it's a 30-card deck, so removing a bunch of cards is non-trivial, but we do remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards naturally, so it's functionally a 19-card deck. If we get a recycle, we'd have to play it 9 times before, or 8 times before we can infinite. 8 times in most fights, 10 times in the heart. But there's no recycle in the deck, so can't super plan around that. I just don't think Loop is worth picking. It's okay. It's an extra orb slot for our focus scaling, but I think it gets in the way more than it helps. If it's at Loop Plus, absolutely, but it doesn't. And our upgrades are at a premium here. Speaking of upgrades, are we doing one? Buffer Plus would be nice. Get a quad buffer with the Echo Form. Anything that doubles its effect when you upgrade it is definitely a contender for getting an upgrade. Coolhead Plus would allow some infinites. Actually, with the capacitor, we might be able to pull off an infinite with no Coolhead Plus, right? If we did like Coolhead, Meteor Strike, compile driver, Meteor Strike, compile driver, Meteor Strike. I don't think we have enough orb slots for that, though. Meteor Strike channels a lot of plasma. I think you need like 10 orb slots to make that work. Oh wait, what am I talking about? Because the compile drivers draw 2. I thought the compile drivers drew 3 for a second. No, that never works. No, it does. It does work. No, it doesn't. Okay. Very confusing. Figuring out if that combo works. It does not work. You need the compile driver. Coolhead Plus. It's probably not the most important upgrade, though. Probably the most important upgrade is an apparition. Being forced to play those at the wrong time has been pretty harmful. Actually, Buffer, though. Buffer's not amazing against Onudeka, who's our first boss. Because you'll get both buffers removed in one turn. But it's not terrible either. Yeah, let's do a buffer upgrade. We do also have to recall here at some point. We're probably going to this fire, so this will be our penultimate fire. I like to recall one fire before the end, just to make sure we have the end of the last one available for resting. Probably don't need to rest because of Pantograph, but I guess we'll see. Buffer Plus is better than App against Onudeka. Yeah, that's true. We pretty much play the apparitions on cooldown against Onudeka, right? We just play them when we draw them. Alright. This one doubles how much stuff it does. That seems good. The boot! Alright, where's my nemesis? I believe you're guaranteed one nemesis with the purchase of a boot, right? Boot into nemesis. The combo. Ouch. 2 apparitions on turn 1. I guess we could save one. Save an artifact charge. Seems pretty terrible. We can develop Electro and Buffer on turn 1. Yikes. We could try and save the buffer for Echo Form, but I think actually we want to play it now because we want to make sure that we're avoiding getting our buffer removed by burns later in the fight. So I'll just play the buffer. And then I guess Electro. And Reinforced Body for no reason. Okay. Yeah, 7x3 is fine here, actually, because we can, we have the Horn Cleat and blocking otherwise. Unfortunately, looks like we want to play Echo Form this turn, so we might toss a buffer to that. Let's compile driver first. I don't think we're playing Glacier. It's not helpful. Skim to try and find a zero cost something. Zero cost Glacier. Coolhead. Apparition. I don't see any reason not to do it. Right? We've already seen both the app minuses. Yeah, we're just looking for zero cost stuff. Hey, Pix and Lois! Welcome on in. Yep, got another Snecko swap. We had a very difficult fight against Giant Head just a second ago, but we did manage to come through it. He took our fairy, though, so we're feeling a bit naked. Alright, no zero cost stuff. We'll just lose a buffer, it's fine. Thanks for bacon for 9 months. Appreciate it. Oh crap. Well now he's trying to kill us, and that's less okay. I guess we just double Meteor Strike, right? Double Meteor Strike seems like what I want to do with my life. Unless there's a lethal here. Double Bias Cog, Consume Electro. There's a lot of damage. Well, no, you're a chef. See, you've got the chef hat. You're not being baked, you're baking. If we Meteor Strike and then Electro, Compile Drivers draw 2 cards. Trying to draw Apparition, probably? Or Glacier. Alright, let's just start with double Meteor Strike because it's awesome. Okay. Capacitor Consumer in the same hand. Seems like that's meant to be. I guess we've got another Compile Driver for 0. Alright, there's the Glacier. Let's do the Capacitor Consume thing. And get the Bias Cog down. And then Glacier should block out. Show bread. Sure. Hold on a second. We pull the. This should be like a. It should be a talk about X or something. I guess I just need a reward for showbread. But sometimes I don't have it, so I'd have to show people my sourdough starter. So like, okay, so this is the bread. It's got kind of a weird crust, and it's got a very tight crumb. I guess I'll zoom way in on that. It's not focusing. Focus camera. It's got a very tight crumb because I didn't really let it do its second proof. I kind of wanted like a sandwich bread, so I kind of wanted it really dense. Because then we made sandwiches on this when we went camping. Also, I didn't have very much time, so I was like, all right, that's enough proofing. Time to put you in the oven. Go, go, go. Because I was trying to get out the door. So there you go. That's bread. Ooh, just ate a ciabatta with shrimps and lemon. My goodness. So we've already blocked out, so we don't need the apparition, so I guess we'll just compile driver. What's your favorite vegetable to put in bread? It depends on what you count as a vegetable, but like rosemary? I don't know. I kind of just like eating bread. I don't really like putting vegetables in it. I don't know. I know that's kind of blasphemy, but you'll have to forgive me. 45. Ha! We've got a buffer. Ketchup. Gross. Alright, let's just go ahead and double compile driver. Draw some cards. Get booted, son. Get booted. Might as well Meteor Strike. Sure. And get a Dark Orb going. Dual cast this for some extra energy so that we can play Charge Battery and Streamline? I don't know. Wait, can we block out here? Maybe we can save the buffer. Glacier costs no energy, blocks for a ton. So we're blocking for an extra 18. Yeah, I think we got him. Sweet. I wanted my Meteor Strike back for the double Meteor Strike lethal. It's pretty much what I always want. I think double Doom and Gloom is probably lethal, right? 30 damage. Evokes a Dark Orb. Sundial is not happy about this setup. Can we double Compile Driver into, like, Cool Head Doom and Gloom lethal? Yeah, we can. Oh crap, my hand is full. I've got another Compile Driver though, so it's fine. No way we can shuffle again this turn, so let's just go in. Strike dummy for the Meteor Strike, sweet. Go for the Eyes seems irrelevant. It seems like this deck is just relying on doing like a couple of huge blocks, right? We're just trying to Apparition, Echo Form, and Buffer until we get the focus online and do silly Meteor Strike stuff. So I don't think Go for the Eyes works. Yeah, Strike Dummy does affect Meteor Strike. Yep, it's the only strike in the deck. So yeah, get that 3 extra damage. So it's like a sarcastic Strike Dummy for Meteor Strike, but also not sarcastic. It does give us 3 extra damage. Alright, I guess we just skip here. I mean, Leap is kind of pickable, but it's Act 3. No. No thank you. Maybe I should have gone to this shop. I skipped the shop because I looked at my money pouch and I saw it said like 240 or something. And I was like, nah. But I kind of didn't realize I had membership cards, so it was really like 480. 480 is a pretty solid, solid shop amount. Oops. Oh well, we'll just save it for Act 4. He's gonna take our artifact charge, which is kind of good, kind of bad. It does affect Thunderstrike. Yeah, Thunderstrike much more relevant than Meteor Strike, because Thunderstrike, it affects every hit. So it's extra strength scaling for your Thunderstrike, which is pretty sick. But usually not relevant at all. Alright, well, I guess we're just removing the wrap-up effect. It's kind of fine, it gives us extra turn. We would need a Prismatic Shard to get a Sneaky Strike. It is possible, but very unlikely. I mean, we could also get, like, Perfected Strike if we're just saying things that are possible. I want to play the Meteor Strike so bad. But it seems like we have to play Apparition, and I can't play both, right? There's no way. Oh, Swift Strike. Sure. I see what you mean. Yep, we're skipping Meteor Strike for 11 health. Actually, it's only 4 health, right? Because with Charge Battery, we're almost walking out. 4 health is a significant chunk of our max HP, though. It's 10% max HP. But we get Plasma Orbs for next turn. We also get a bunch of damage. Get 28 damage. Probably going to go to these fires. I don't think we're going to go to a second elite here. Okay. Alright, now he's reapplying the constricted effect. Little does he know, we're about to do some crazy stuff. Oh yeah. Glacier makes Compiled River draw 3 cards. This Glacier is free, but why? Okay. Biascog, literally the bottom card. Okay, fair enough. Double Biascog this turn and try to get lethal soon. Yeah, we need a lot of block this turn. We need to block for 37, so we need to make this Cool Head do some work. Capacitor Consume Cool Head does some pretty cool stuff. Let's do Compile Driver before Meteor Strike. While we've got the orb types. Double Hyper Beam's lethal? Yep. Sundial's happy. I'm happy. There's a Cool Head Plus. So we could just add a Cool Head Plus to the deck instead of upgrading the one we have. We don't have a recycle though, so we're not really doing infinites in any practical way. Cool Head Plus is kind of nice though. How many current Frost Orbs do we have? Glacier, 2 Glaciers, and a Cool Head. Seems like enough. I don't think we really want more. This one says plus, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, recycle at Act 4 shop would be good. I think we're also going to this question mark and hoping it's a shop. It's pretty unlikely though. It'd be our 3rd question mark of the act. It's like a 10% chance or something. Okay. I think we're gonna recall here. Recall seems kind of bold at 8%. But I think it's pretty reasonable that we get away with recall upgrading and then Pantograph basically full heals us. We could die to triple Jawworms as well. Or Orb Walkers. Any number of bad things could happen. We don't have the energy to do lethal, but we probably do have the damage, 35 plus 15. I guess that's only 50. So what you're telling me is Apparition. And like maybe Compile Driver. Hold on. Oh man, he left. Compile Driver is weird here because it doesn't draw any cards and it costs us an energy next turn. Damn it, bugs. He's too small. He fit between the tines. Swiped him. He did not go pop. Dang. Gotta wait until that one's bigger. Oh my god, he's like here on my desk. Get dead. Alright. We did it. Alright. I think no Compile Driver. I want to get the energy next turn. Losing Echo Form is rough. Not being able to play the AoE card, also rough. But this turn we get Bioscog Electro, so okay. Let's start with the Skim, I guess. Meteor Strike also here. Meteor Strike dual cast, actually. Oh wait, we don't have enough energy to play the dual cast. Stupid 2 energy dual cast. Alright, so Bias, Electro should happen. And then we can't get a Echo buffer because our Echo exhausted. So we could buffer now to block out, or we could Glacier to block out. They both basically do the same thing. But this one leaves me with a buffer charge, and this one leaves me with 2 Frost Orbs. I'm gonna take the buffer charge. So, okay, so like Electro Glacier evokes a bunch of lightning orbs and then Hyper Beam kills, is that right? Electro Glacier would evoke all but 1 lightning orb, so we'd get 3 evokes, which is 39 AoE, 39 plus 27 is 66. Seems lethal. Wait, we don't have enough energy for that, darn it. Electro plus Hyper Beam is too much. What about you? Oh, it's even more. Do we have to Glacier first? I I think it's probably just lethal. If we evoke for 17 times 3. 17 times 3 is 51. Yeah, that's lethal. Okay. I've been offered a loop a couple of times. I haven't taken it in the past, and I think I'm going to continue not taking it. Sunder's not good, Rebound's not good, so we're skipping. Okay. This choice doesn't matter. An Exploder. Boy, getting hit for 2 hurts a lot. Those 2 damage matter. But there's no way to stop it. Why does app always cost 3? Yeah, good question. Would like to speak to the manager of apparitions, please. Let's make sure this Exploder's dying on time. Play the Hello World looking for like a hologram next turn. Double Hyper Beam? Could just do double Buffer. Double Buffer Glacier seems like a pretty good start. Okay. Do what you gotta do, Exploder. Don't care about your damage. Double Meteor Strike seems pretty good. There's the Electro, finally. Go ahead and Capacitor before it, because why not? When did they add the replace your strikes with compiled driver events to the game? Yeah, it's just this weird Pandora's box relic. I don't know. I don't know much about it. Let's see if we can kill him this turn. Oh, okay. All right. Another shot at Turbo. I think we're probably no on Turbo. I think we're pretty happy with just Meteor Strike in that slot. Go for the Eyes is definitely a no. We turned down the Go for the Eyes Plus just a second ago. We haven't really seriously considered Sweeping Beam for a while. Maybe we should have been, but we aren't. And I'm not going to start now. Angry Developer Event. So I think we Smith here, right? Because we heal for 25 at the beginning of the fight, so we go up to 29. I guess 29 is not super comfortable. We actually get full value of the rest, huh? Because from 29 to 41 is exactly 12, and that's how much we heal for. So if we're worried about dying to Donu Deca, resting here makes some sense. The upgrade would probably go on Consume, I guess. Or maybe Darkness. Yeah, resting for 12 is not much. It's a good point. I always think about it as a percentage of my max HP, and that's how it's coded, right? Or that's how it's implemented. So it seems like it encourages you to think that way, but enemies don't care how much max HP you have. They just hit for however much they hit for. So I think we'll Smith. And if we die to 12 damage, we die to 12 damage. Meteor Strike has a crappy upgrade. Yeah, I think Capacitor, Apparition, Consume are kind of the top considerations. Maybe Cool Head. I'm going to go with Consume. I want that focus. Is there a mod that I can do where, like, after the Act 3 bosses, you get a boss relic? I don't understand why you don't get a boss relic there. It's probably super busted. There's probably, like, a really good reason not to do it. But, like, come on, man. I always feel so cheated when I don't get that boss relic. Probably Bias Clog, Electro, Apparition, take 2 here. Taking 2 seems pretty fine. Bias Electro on 1 seems outstanding. And Apparition is saving 22 health, so it seems like an acceptable use. Yeah, it would get pretty busted, wouldn't it? I don't understand. Like, I'm beating bosses, so I don't know how to get a boss I like. Right, yeah, exactly. It makes sense to not give you a reward when the game's over, right? But, like, the game's not over anymore. There's a whole nother ending. I should have a extra boss relic. It's true, yeah. From now on, Slaver's Collar is just like a no downside Velvet Choker. We've made it. We've made it to the point where Slaver's Collar was clearly the correct decision. I guess let's Coolhead, draw some cards. Or draw a card. Oh, a zero-cost Echo Form, you say? Very well, if I must. Darkness should get played. And then we could Streamline, or we could skip Streamline for extra energy next turn. Hmm, 21 damage is kind of a lot, though. Yeah, let's get the damage. Whee! Double Meteor Strike seems like a good way to start your day. Double Buffer, not bad either. So if we double buffer single Meteor Strike, we evoke these two. And then we probably want to Electro. But we can't because we don't have enough energy, so we have to Meteor Strike first if we want to do stuff this turn. That's fine, I wanted to double Meteor Strike anyway. And then we can, like, Glacier Electro Compile Driver twice. Into many Compile Drivers. We need to block for 30. So we probably need to play this Glacier. After Act 3, Busted Crown, Curse Key, Collar have nearly no downside. Yep. Yeah, Coffee Dripper, Hammer, and Sozu. Sozu definitely still has a downside. Sozu has a very meaningful downside. No Act 4 shop potions is pretty extreme to be listed as very little downside. I don't think I can get behind that one. Are we already blocking for 30? Well, it's true, we are. We're blocking for 31. Do we try and save the buffer for next shuffle when we can Echo Form it, or do we just go nuts here? So if we've already blocked out, let's Glacier and then Consume, so that we get more Lightning Orb damage. And I think single Buffer Plus is going to be enough here. I don't think we need to wait for it to be doubled. Because it's up against, like, Meteor Strike and stuff, too. And I guess I'll just save some energy. Or I guess I'll Doom and Gloom. Doom and Gloom's good. Yeah, there's definitely situations where Sozu's totally no downside, but I don't know. Seems pretty bad when there is a downside. If we double Hyper Beam, Donu dies, and we have 2 buffers up against only Deca. But we also lose a bunch of focus. We lose 6 focus, and these go down to hitting for 5. But we do 70 damage, so he's at 100. If we lose 6 focus, this goes up by 8 per turn, so it's 28 later. But we can get some back with Consume, too. I think it's time. Alright, so let's evoke this to get it out of the way. And Consume to get some focus back. And then we could Glacier to put it in front, but I kind of don't want it in front because Dual Cast is in the discard. So I'll just try fish for 0-cost cards. If we had Artifact and played Hyper Beam, would we still lose focus? No. The Artifact would block the focus down. It's considered a debuff, even if you have positive focus. We drew all 0-cost stuff. Okay, sure. Sure. And, sure. Sure. We've already got this blocked, but we can also double Apparition. Which seems like fun, so I'll do it. And then double charge battery. Probably shouldn't meme on Deca too much, but I do want to get Sundial set up as much as we can for the next fight. So we have lethal here. Do we wait? Seems very safe to wait. So let's just draw as many cards as we can. How do I get a card out of my hand without killing him? Or costing myself lethal? I guess like Hyper Beam Coolhead means that any orb is lethal. Are we guaranteed to have lethal next turn? Glacier? Compile Driver guarantees we draw it? Yeah. Okay. So Compile Driver sets up Sundial, and then we have lethal. Sundial's set up. Glacier knocks him down. Okay. Sweet. Was that perfect? We started at 27, right? Okay. Rude Time Eater. Got it. We can Meteor Strike Coolhead Reinforced Body. Or we could Meteor Strike Glacier. How much block do we need? 32. I'm gonna deck spot this fight. We've got so much money for the Act 4 shot, and deck spots aren't great, so I'll just deck spot now. So the Glacier blocks for 9 and develops 2 Frost Orbs, so it blocks for 13 total. And then we would have how much energy? So we'd have 1 left over, and we'd have 2 Evoked Plasma Orbs, so 5 energy. So this blocks for 45. Seems like way overkill. So if we do this and that, we have at least 5 energy left over. And this would block for 45 again, so that seems fine. We don't need Glacier this turn. We want to draw cards actually really quickly because he's doing draw reduction right now. And so we want to draw our Bias Cog and eat our own artifact before he eats it. So let's try and draw really aggressively here. Compile Driver draws 2 currently. There's no way to make it draw 3. 3, 6, 8 cards in hand, so it's safe. Looks like we're out of card draw, right? Drat. Yeah, there's nothing we can do, right? Oh boy. I don't know if we can win this fight without bias. We needed like Echo Form on Capacitor so that our Consume hits really hard. I think that's the line. Yeah, we can Streamline. Streamline doesn't draw, though. White Noise never blocks. Yeah, there's no other source of artifact. Darn. I guess we can use our own debuff on Hyper Beam. If it's going to be used this turn no matter what, might as well use it ourselves, right? Yeah, White Noise can block, but we want to block the debuff. We don't care about the damage. We can already block the damage with Apparition. The debuff is the thing. Just White Noise into Capacitor. Yeah, so actually, maybe we should save the White Noise for Echo Form. If that's the line. That makes sense to me. So do we Hyper Beam now? Is there any downside to Hyper Beaming? It's just 35 damage, right? We draw 1 fewer cards next turn, and we get 1 less energy because we still have Artivore. Oh, and actually we don't have Artivore. We've already compiled our Artivore. I'm pretty fine with -1 draw next turn for 35 damage. I'll take that. I'll take that trade 11 times in a row. Oh, you're dead? What? Darn. That's too bad. Let's go ahead and get the Electro developed. Or out of the way. I think it's more correct. Do we want Charge Battery for +1 energy next turn, or no? We're only drawing 6 cards next turn, so a little bit less than normal. Probably want to play 5 of them, though. I think we probably want to proc next turn. So let's play Charge Battery and then play 4 cards. What if we can't play 4 cards? Maybe we should leave it on 7 so that we can do like a 3 and a 2. We can probably play 4. I'm pretty sure 4 is below expectation, right? If we have 5 energy, we can play... If we had 6 energy, we could play 4 cards on average, right? No, we... so Slaver's Collar triggers in this fight. Yeah. Usually we're 3 energy base, but no longer 4 energy base from here on out. Yeah, what is the average cost there, right? I don't. That probability gets really complicated. I think we'll try it, and if it doesn't work, we can maybe survive a 2 and 2. Well, a lot of strong cards here. I think we do have to wait for Capacitor. I think we have to Echo Form the Capacitor, or else we're gonna lose. We're not gonna get enough focus, and we're gonna lose. Doesn't look like we can play 4 cards here if we're not playing Capacitor. So do we play just Apparition then, and play 3 cards next turn? Drawing 6 cards, you'll expect to have 2 of each cost. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, also that's the wrong number of cards, right? 8 cards, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. It'd just be, we draw like, what, 1.5 of each cost? But also the average cost is 1.5, right? So... there's no reason not to play this. So do we give ourselves 3 cards for next turn, or an extra Frost Orb for next turn? Or an energy for next turn with Art of War? A lot of options. Coding up a simulation. Okay. Alright, let us know. Compile could draw 1 cost. Yeah. Seems like an unnecessary risk. Actually, if it draws an Echo form that we can't play, we lose, right? So we need to not draw cards here. Okay. Can do. Okay, so we need to play 3 cards here. If we play like Echo Form, Consume, Compile Driver, and we like die, we take like 22 damage. Seems like a lot. I guess we Compile Driver and look for Buffer. We have to play Echo Form too, though. Okay, Buffer's not happening. So I guess max health here is Echo Form. We have to play Echo Form, right? So then it's just like what the last card is. I guess Doom and Gloom actually is the max health, because it evokes the Frost Orb for +3. I guess they're the same, right? +3 either way. Bias Cog technically is +5, but then we have Bias Cog ticking. I like having a Dark Orb. Seems nice. Consume seems nice too, though. So if we consume, his damage goes up to 30. We block for 5 and take 25. Go to like 16. Yeah, hi, Oisqui? Yeah, I saw you follow earlier this stream. Yeah, I tend to take quite a while. Oh wait, I guess it wasn't a follow. You showed up on my radar at some point. Curious. Maybe you just said something. Oh yes, for Coconut. That's right. Oof. Ouch. Pretty happy to see double Buffer. And I think we're also pretty happy to play only that. We don't want to play. We don't want to draw any cards because when we draw Capacitor, we want to double play it. Yeah, this is definitely a long one. It's been a thinker. Could play Charge Battery just to get an extra energy next turn. But 2 is better on the clock than 3. I don't know if I'm really speedy compared to anybody who's currently a Spire streamer. Life Coach is, I think, not doing it anymore. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. But he was considering stopping, which would make me among the slowest ones. Oh, is he still playing? Good. That's good. Glad to hear it. I know he's having kind of a rough time. Oh, you seen him today? Okay, great. Well, never mind then. I don't think the reason for playing Charge Battery is compelling enough. I'd rather have the time on the clock. There's my double Capacitor. Doesn't help too much if we're dead, but I guess we're not dead. We have four buffers. What's wrong with Life Coach? I think he was just considering not playing Slave Spire anymore because he was having a bad time. Alright, well, we identified double Capacitor as a win condition, so we're always doing that. And then now we've got a bunch of empty orb slots, so we should probably consume. It doesn't seem like there's any way for us to block for 15 this turn, so we should just consume and then not Coolhead. There's no point. My sweet, sweet buffers. Where have they gone? Double white noise is something we also talked about as being potentially important, depending on what we get. So let's do that. Defrag's nice. Okay. So we're in a fairly comfortable position here. His max damage appears to be 45. We can't put ourselves in a position where we always block for 45, can we? If we, like, for example, Glacier Defrag right now. So we gain 1 focus. We'd have 3 Frost Orbs. So we'd block for 27. I actually think I am going to save the Defrag and play it later. We're about to shuffle, so getting a double Defrag I think is well on the table here. Oh wait, what am I talking about? We'd have 4 Frost Orbs, so we'd actually block for 9 times 4, which is 36, which isn't technically blocking the 45 damage sequence, but is it blocking a heck of a lot. Was the draw too risky with Cool-Headed? Why didn't you play it last turn? I just didn't want the extra clock time from playing it last turn. Next turn is very safe, Reinforced Body and Apparition. So we're not worried about next turn at all. And we've already solved this turn. So I think it's either Machine Learning or Pass for the rest of the turn. 3 cards next turn is 1 doubled card and 1 non-doubled card. What is the other new 0-cost card? Oh, this is Machine Learning. You have the beta art turned on for that. Because it's so cute. He's getting his diploma. He did it. I guess we could also play Slime if we're just trying to play a card. Yeah, let's play him. I think 3 cards next turn is pretty comfortable. Double Apparition, maybe. Depending on his attack. Could be double Meteor Strike. Actually, double Meteor Strike seems kind of like a liability at this point. It could just be nothing next turn. That does look like nothing. If we play double, like, Compile Driver Meet Consume, he gets stronger. He goes up to 4 strength, so he'll hit for 12 times 3. So 36 with no vulnerable. And if he gets vulnerable, he would hit for, let's see, 18 times 3. 18 times 3 is 54. So we have to block for 54. Currently we're blocking for 24 passively. Which is off by 30. Um... 78.7% chance to be able to play 4 out of 6 cards with 5 energy on Snecko. Interesting. I'm suspicious that that's the right answer because it's not converging onto any like fraction, right? It should be some like fairly rational number. I guess maybe not. I guess maybe the denominator is like 27 or something, right? Could be some sort of unusual number. So maybe it doesn't have to be familiar for it to be great. I think we want to keep the Frost Orbs. So eventually with Defrag, these are going to block for 10. And if there's 4 of them, they're blocking for 40. There's currently 3 of them. So then consume isn't adding, right? Because if we go from 4 orbs to 3 orbs and cost 10, we're losing 10 and gaining 9. So no more consuming. So then there's nothing we want to do this turn. So we'll just save the 3 cards for later. And hopefully the next turn we'll draw like double defrag Glacier or something. Just trying to pause Time Meteor and let the Lightning Orb beat him. If we still have an Electrodynamics left. I was gonna say we're out of Lightning Orbs, but we're actually totally not. Alright, so we just play like triple Glacier this turn or something. We could play double Glacier Doom and Gloom and count on the damage from a Dark Orb rather than Lightning. It seems fine. I presume this blocks out. I'm not gonna check. Yeah. Here's my defrag. He's hitting for 36, we can block for 40 with double defrag. Seems good. And then eventually we like double Glacier, dual cast up and kill him. Should be reasonably paused out here. $36 is not enough. Try again. $36, you say? Why, that's not enough. I think I am going to play the double Glacier, though, to rotate the Dark Orb to the front. Eventually we're going to want to dual cast that for lethal. You had a fun Time Meteor once. You have set up a 56 block from an Ice Orb and plinked him down with the single Lightning Orb. Yep. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing here. Just pausing him out. Yeah, if we could have gotten more orb slots, this would be easier, but we basically have to wait for him to split himself on dark scales here, which is awkward. But hey, if he keeps triple attacking, it's going to be easy. We don't really need him to split, too. We can just kill him from his current health, right, whenever this gets high enough. Has to get pretty high, though. It has to get up to 140, 138. It'll be there soon. $54 is high. We can just double apparition that. Okay. So we're safe for this turn and next turn. There's our dual cast. Hit him for 204. Not quite enough. I guess double dual cast Hyper Beam. Or actually, double Hyper Beam dual cast might be enough here. 204 plus 70. Yeah, it is lethal. So we can have lethal now. Do we want it? Sundial's not super happy, but I'm pretty happy. Can we get it with double compile driver Hyper Beam dual cast? Because that would shuffle one more time. So do 16, 16 plus 35 is 51. 51 plus 204 is not enough. Alright. He's like, oh, I guess I'll just heal myself. Nope. You did. Alright, on to Act 4. the fourth act of the game. 6 health or an upgrade on Capacitor? Capacitor's kind of slow for the heart fight. You can't pause the heart. That doesn't work. Tried it before. Got killed. Technically I have Nightmare Infinite the heart. Nightmare Wraith form. Tungsten Rod. So you can pause that fight, but it's a doozy. It's a difficult one. Maybe upgrade Coolhead. Hope for a recycle. This is not a deck that can play recycle 10 times, though. It's not like we're a recycle away from getting an infinite. It's like we're a recycle away from getting a theoretical infinite and then dying trying to do it. We kind of just have to get there with 800 damage, you know? Dupe a bunch of apparitions. I don't think there's any shortcuts here. We should probably just upgrade an apparition. I think that's going to be worth more than 6 health, right? Getting an apparition on the right turn. Okay. On to the shop with 624 equivalent gold. Frozen Eye for the headache-inducing heart fight. Puzzle's quite good for the heart. Hand of Greed never pays off. Yeah, we do buy all the relics, right? Auric Alchemy is exceptionally good on Defect, especially Defects where we emphasize our Frost Orbs for block. Focus Pot's pretty good. Focus Pot and Orbo Capacity is just about as good as we can hope for. It's not as good as Runic Capacitor, but I'll take it. This should give us the follow-through to win the heart fight, I would imagine. That's a lot of focus. So it's like Carter Move, Frozen Eye, these potions, these relics, maybe that. Seems like a lot of money. I think in order of priority, we need these things first, and then, like, this is the best, and then, like, that, and this, and then that. I don't know. Let's pull up our handy-dandy calculator. So 29 plus 43 plus 50 plus 84. So up to 206. So we've got 112 left. So is it just like puzzle and leave? Yeah, I've seen the shopping cart thing. It looks pretty sick. Yeah, I think it's just puzzle and leave. So no second Meteor Strike. Pretty okay with that. Is Carter Move better? Oh wait, no, I can't afford Meteor Strike anymore. I don't even know what I'm Carter moving. I don't know why I valued it so highly. Darkness. The Coolhead minus. Hyper Beam isn't great. Yeah, the small Hyper Beam. The big Hyper Beam is probably going to help us get there against both the remaining fights, but yeah, the small one's kind of too small. Is it really worse than Cool-Headed, though? I think it actually is. Yeah, I think you're right. Alright, let's do it. Alright, don't forget about Frozen Eye. We bought it for a reason. Oh yeah, the UI makes it very difficult to forget about Frozen Eye. Okay. I would like to not take damage, that's Apparition. I would like to win the fight, that's Echo Form. Unfortunately, they are in conflict here. We know that Buffer is our next card. So we could Darkness Compile Driver, get the Buffer, play it, and Echo Form. Seems reasonable. How does that play out for future turns? We want to get this Apparition next turn. We're only going to draw these... Oh wait, no, we're going to draw 5 cards. Yeah, 5 cards, and then 2 burns. Frozen Eye, Snecko Eye, Anti-Synergy. Good point. Yeah, this Buffer might not cost 2. I always forget about that. So this is a 75% chance to draw a playable Buffer. We can also turn to reduce the damage very slightly. Also worth noting, he is taking our artifact charge right now. The player stat -1 counts as a debuff, which is unfortunate. Will we have a way to turn around next turn? Yes, we'll have like Glacier Compile Driver to turn around. Or just Compile Driver. I wish that Snecko Eye said, whenever you shuffle, randomize the cost of all the cards in your deck. Usually it wouldn't matter. Or I guess I wish that's how Confused worked. Usually it wouldn't matter, but it would matter sometimes, and when it matters, I think it's better. Okay, so if Buffer is really expensive, maybe we play Apparition instead, but let's start with Darkness Compile Driver. It does require us to choose our target. We have slightly less damage if we turn around, but it's not going to matter, because... Oh, wait a minute. Buffer doesn't block this turn. If we Buffer, we take 6. I mean, technically, any damage that leaves us above 16 doesn't matter, because we have Pantograph. If the intention of Confused is to make it so you can't play in advance, it would make it worse. That's fair. Yeah. I just think the when drawn, whenever you draw a card, thing makes it confusing. Taking damage also triggers puzzle. Yep, true. Is that an argument for Apparition or what? Okay, so if we just Apparition... Well, I think... Okay, so the reason we want to do Buffer is because we want to play Echo Form this turn. Right, so if we Compile Driver, draw a 1 or 2 cost or 0 cost Buffer, when we get to Echo Form. So I actually want to stay facing this direction, because if we turn around, it's 9 instead of 3, or instead of 6. Okay, it is a 2-cost Buffer. So, great, so we Echo Form Buffer. Thanks for the follow, Schwumpus123. It's a fun name. Alright. Take 6, draw some cards. Okay. Now we get to double play an Apparition if we want, or we could double play Meteor Strike, which is always sick. Can we get Assassinate Spire Shield this turn? This is the turn to do it before he team blocks. If we can't, we need to figure out a plan for blocking for 40. Probably the Apparition. Let's see. So if we double Meteor Strike, he takes 56 and goes to 66. And then we like Glacier Compile Driver, so he's down to 58. And we draw 4 cards. So we draw these 4. No more damage available, just Electro. But then Hyper Beam and Streamline, I think, finish him off. So yeah, we can assassinate him this turn if we want. Seems like a pretty good turn. The Dark Orb hits him too. Let's see what it looks like when we're there. Okay. And then Glacier's super energy positive. Oh, for some reason I thought it was double compile drivering. That is not true. So I actually don't draw the Electro. Fair enough. Unless I Cool Head, in which case I do. It also blocks, which seems good. We could Capacitor to keep the Plasma Orb. We also have access to Skim. If we like Skim, Streamline, Reinforced Body, that blocks out 2, right? If we turn around. If I Hyper Beam now, do I like lose the fight? Kind of depends on where Consume is. Consume is next turn. He's taking next turn off, right? He's going up to... He's doing his strength buff next turn. Or I guess it could be either one. Can we get lethal with Doom and Gloom and Streamline? This is 21-36. We're off by 10. Could draw a Compile Driver. So if we Skim, we draw up the Compile Driver, and then like Doom and Gloom. Compile Driver's going to draw 2, right? So we draw these 2. So no, I don't think there's a way to get lethal. Oh wait, with Capacitor Doom and Gloom we can draw 3 with the Compile Driver, and we have Cool Head. So we can draw 3 with the Skim, and then 3 with the Compile Driver, and then 1 with the Cool Head. We'd have to get like 4 more card draws to get to Compile Driver though. Or I guess 3 to get to Electro. Could get lethal too. If we get a good roll off of White Noise, could we get lethal? No, we don't have any lightning orbs or ability to create them. Oh wait, yeah we do. We have Electro. How many White Noise outcomes are good? Just defrag isn't enough, right? Because Electro defrag is 8 damage and we need 10. Okay, yeah, I don't think we can avoid playing the Hyper Beam here. So if we Doom and Gloom Hyper Beam, we're doing 50 damage, right? So he's already dead. So Doom and Gloom Hyper Beam Capacitor costs 5. We got 5 left. Apparition Streamline 2 left. Cool Head, skip Electro. Sets up Reinforced Body for next turn when we don't really need it. But I think that's okay. Okay. He's buffing first, makes sense. Double Bias God Consume is a hell of a lot of focus. Could double Apparition for the Burn Strike turn. Double Bias Cog is plus 10 focus, puts us up to plus 7, and then plus 5 on the next turn. Seems like it goes away pretty quickly. I guess the consume means we're plus a little bit more than that. So we go up to plus 10 and then tick down. Yeah. Yeah, the X2 is stolen from some other art. It might be double energy. But yeah, it looks kind of cheesy in this context. It's kind of artifacty too. It's like got some squigglies. This is a lesson to everyone at home. You want to rasterize your text as late as possible, because look at how the text like has lots of little crawly lines as it moves. It's because they're rasterizing their text too early. They've taken a rasterized image of text and stapled it on something. So as it like rotates and scales, it gets all kinds of weird artifacts. Makes it hard to read. It's only 2 letters, so you don't actually have problems reading it, but if you imagine it being more text, it would look really difficult to read. Thanks for coming to Game Development with Vegetablebread. We could just double consume and abandon the Dark Orb as a plan. And just plan on blocking with Glacier next turn with 3 positive focus and 3 orb slots. Seems like a pretty reasonable plan. Could double White Noise too. Yeah, double Bias Cog, get the Dark Orb is sort of like the default plan here, I think. So if we double Bias Cog and consume, then our focus goes up by 13, so this goes up by 16, so it goes up to 25. So if we can survive for long enough to get it to a dual cast, we're going to win, right? It seems like a good plan to me. Alright, let's do it. Oh, it could be card draw. Or it could be a claw. Alright, where's the dual cast? Down here. So we're drawing 7, and we're drawing it in 2 turns. Okay, so we have to survive next turn, is that true? No, we draw these 7, we get Apparition, we should be fine next turn. So we basically just have to survive this turn. Geez, everything costs 0 this turn. We can maybe just get lethal right now. Double Electro. Seems like a lot of damage. We have 8 focus, so the Electros are 11. So it's 44 damage plus the 25. So 69. Nice. Plus the Streamline. Yeah, it's lethal right now if we want it. Sundial isn't set up, but I don't think we're setting up Sundial in this fight. I think the 1 shuffle is enough. Okay. GG. I'll let the claw get it. Oh no, the claw can't get it. Darn. Okay. Bag of marbles, not super useful. I'm pretty happy with that fight, because we managed to get through it unscathed and with both potions. I don't think the Sundial setup was the priority there. Recursion could help us juggle the same Dark Orb a couple of times, which could give us like a free damage cap. So Recursion's pretty reasonable here. The Heart is kind of a tough fight for this deck, because we really have to rely on the Capacitor Consume for the focus. We might have to skip Bias Cog the first time we see it, and we're definitely going to have to skip the Hyper Beams. Or the Hyper Beam, right, we removed 1. Yeah, I think Recursion's probably a good card in the fight. I always kind of get baited by green cards, though, because it's Recursion Plus is the same as regular Recursion with Snecko. It's not actually very good here, is it, huh? It's okay with Plasma Orbs, it's good with Dark Orbs. I mean, there's no fight in the game where recurring a Dark Orb is as important as the heart, right? So get a big Dark Orb, play Recursion on it. Seems like an extra out at winning. It's not 100% clear we're winning this fight, so I think I'll take something that's a little helpful. Echo Form on 1's certainly helpful. There's Puzzle to consider, so we're going to draw 3 cards if we play a card here without blocking. The buffer also is a little bit bad here. It's probably just Echo Form Consume here, right? We would draw these 3 cards, that seems fine. Guaranteed double Apparition next turn. Can we draw to this Apparition? Because I'd rather double play that one. I think we can, actually. So we play the Echo Form, draw these 3 cards, and then if Skim is playable, we can draw 3 more cards, and then the 7 includes the second Apparition. It could work. Depends on Skim costing either 1 or 0, but it could work. Yeah, it costs 3. Okay. Fine. So we're getting these 7 next turn. We still get an Apparition, which is fine. We just, like, we kind of double up these Apparitions, which is not amazing. Let's go ahead and drink both potions. No sense in holding them. And play Consume. We do want to play Double Capacitor, but I think we want to play Double Apparition even more. Actually, wait. Maybe that's not true. So my assumption was playing Double Apparition just like skips an entire heart phase, right, and is amazing. But next turn we're drawing an Apparition involuntarily, right? So we're going to have to play this Apparition, or just, like, there's no point to not playing it. So there's actually no advantage to be gained by waiting on this Apparition. If we play this Apparition, this one's going no matter what. So we can Double Capacitor here. Double Capacitor and then play this Apparition, and then just play the other Apparition next turn. And it seems like Double Capacitor is really important, so might as well get that going. And play Electrodynamics just for the damage. Might as well play Compile Driver. The top 2 cards are Charge Battery and Slime. If we can play either of them, I would want to, so let's do it. Oh wait, actually that costs us an energy next turn. But we don't care about energy next turn, because we're just drawing a bunch of statuses. Okay. Alright, no 0-cost stuff, but that's fine. Whatever. Okay. 0-cost Meteor Strike. It seems like a good way to start the turn. So double Meteor Strike is going to take up 6 orb slots. We have, what, 8 total, so these lightning orbs are going to be the only thing left. I guess we could play double Apparition first. I guess we take 2 either way, right? Because we either take the 1 damage from the Meteor Strike, the first Meteor Strike, or we take 2 damage, 1 from each of the 2 Apparitions. So the question is just, do we want Frost Orbs next turn? And I think the answer is no. There's not really any point in Frost Orbs next turn. We have a Glacier coming, and he's not attacking, so let's just double Meteor Strike. Okay. Daze and Void go away. That's nice. Get in there, Bronze Scales. I believe in you. Alright, tons of energy. Coolhead Compile Driver draws 3 and shuffles. I guess Doom and Gloom Compile Driver also draws 3 in shuffles. I guess Coolhead draws 1 more. I don't know. I don't know why drawing 1 more is good, though. Yeah, I kind of want to redraw the Doom and Gloom more than I want to redraw the Cool-Headed, so I'm going to play Doom and Gloom Compile. Ah, yes. Alright, I'd like to redraw Glacier, too. Zero-cost white noise. Is it important that we echo form the buffer or the white noise? No, I think at this point we're just trying to echo form consumes. What are we echo forming next turn? Probably Meteor Strike. So we need to rotate these Frost Orbs a little bit. That's true. If we Electro, we have 2 of each. We got the Noah's Ark of Orbs. It's kind of fun. Oh, sweet. Extra Echo Form. Oh, we can't play Buffer now because we would just lose 1 immediately. It's kind of silly. Coolhead Compile Driver draws a bunch of cards. Do I want to draw 4 cards? I'll draw these 5 and we Meteor Strike now. It's not bad. And then we draw these 7 for the turn. Get a Reinforced Body. Seems fine. Okay, now we can play the buffer, right? We've almost damage capped this turn. In fact, we are going to damage cap, I think, with the lightning orbs. So this draws another 4. Draws these, and then we still have Reinforced Body for next turn. And a Consume. So we can, like, double consume Reinforced Body, maybe. But we still have 10 energy, so we could just keep going with the Compile Driver. Can we get to consume right now? 3, 6, 8 cards in hand, so this would only draw 7. This would only draw 3. So it would be these 3. Yeah, it seems like we just stop there. So we play like Buffer and Streamline and Recursion for damage. To play with Bioscog? No. I think we have to play, like, double Apparition next turn and kind of take the slow route through the fight. So next turn is, like, double Apparition, double something else, then single Consume. Or maybe double Consume. So then, do we need the Reinforced Body? I guess we don't. But we can't play the Compile Driver because it draws 4 cards, so we draw all the way to the Apparition, and we need that. Okay. Yeah, we're done. Okay. We could double Charge Battery first to block the beat damage. Double Charge Battery, double Apparition, then single Consume. Since we want the single Consume anyway. And then we could Doom and Gloom for an extra Dark Orb at the back. And some block. Seems great. Play Reinforced Body for no reason. Sure. Okay. Compile Driver is quote-unquote only drawing 3 cards here. We could double Glacier first. Double Glacier way blocked out. Get some energy. Can we get to Meteor Strike this turn? We want to do like at least 60 more damage and put him in range of damage capping with like dual cast and recursion. Ideally, we damage cap this turn too, right? Like, why not? Ideally, you damage cap every turn. So the big reason to Glacier now is it blocks beat damage. Do we care about beat damage? Probably. Also gets a card out of hand so the Compile Driver can go nuts and draw 6. Okay. We've obviously already blocked out. If we consume, we increase our Dark Orb damage a little bit, but we are kind of running out of orb slots. This is that breakpoint where we lose 10 to gain 9, right? If we assume we have 3 orb slots dedicated to Frost Orbs. It's not really the case, though, because we have, like, Glaciers and stuff coming up. We can do like a Darkness dual cast thing this turn, and then potentially Recursion next turn. Recursion this one. Okay, let's do that. That does mean we run out of Plasma, but we have Meteor Strike on top of the deck, so we can get some back. And we also have Skim, so if we want to, we can just go play Meteor Strike now. I guess we probably do, huh? Can we get to Recursion? We skim for these 3. Compile Driver draws currently 2. So when we draw 1, 2, 3, 4, we cannot get to Recursion. So then, is it a mistake to draw Meteor Strike then? This little bastard landed on my screen. You can't do that and survive. Yes. I guess we have Cool-Headed too, huh? So that's an extra 1 draw. And we were off by 1. So we skim these 3, Cool-Head to draw that, Compile Driver draw 2, Compile Driver draw 2, and then Recursion. Yeah. So we can recur this one and then play Meteor Strike. Get it back towards the front. Do we have hand size for that? I think so. Maybe not. But like charge battery gets out of hand for free. Let's see, 3, 6, 8 cards. So yeah, we can draw 4 with 2. Meteor Strike costs 1, so these cost 3. We need Recursion to cost 2 or less. Oh great, okay. So we can just tag that Dark Orb back in the back. Set up Meteor Strikes for next turn. Or set up Meteor Strike for next turn. He's not attacking next turn, so we don't really care about blocking. And this is pretty close to a damage cap, so great. I guess I'll take an extra energy. And play this for no reason? Sure. Oof. Okay. A couple more damage caps and we're done. So, okay. We want to get him under 200 this turn, ideally. And then we can, like, double Meteor Strike, Compile Driver combo him to death next turn. Streamline can do a surprisingly large chunk of 100 damage, does 42 damage. Gets in there. If we double Cool Head, that blocks out, as well as doing 23 damage and setting up the dual cast on this Dark Orb. And then the dual cast on that Dark Orb does 74. 74 plus 23 is 97. 97 plus 21 is certainly enough, or plus 42 to put him below 200. Seems like a fine start to the turn. Oops, we just lost a buffer to that. That was stupid. I should have paid more attention to the block. I think there was no way around it, but I wasn't aware it was happening. I was supposed to double the Streamline too. I'm losing my concentration here. Let's get the slime out of the way, I guess. Okay. We've already got block for 49. That part's easy. Block first would be good, so we could charge battery to save the buffer. So double charge battery, double Meteor Strike. Seems okay. And, like Darkness Compile Driver, maybe Glacier or something. Might as well buy his cog now, he's only at 100, so not much time left. Glacier Compile Driver draws 3, and then we have Skim available. Oh, maybe I want to put Recursion in the shuffle before I Skim. Yeah, let's put some cards in the shuffle and then Skim for a shuffle. Putting the Recursion in is like a little bit stupid, but if I find a Glacier, do I wish I had not played the Recursion? No, playing the Recursion now is fine. It's hitting a Plasma Orb, so it's not like a terribly bad thing is happening. Okay, so Compile Drivers are drawing 3. We are getting a little bit close to only having 40... Oh wait, never mind. We've got 26 end of turn block. That's not true. Alright, so let's keep going. This Compile Driver costs 0. That seems nice. We've got perfectly symmetrical orbs. That's nice. Look at that. Even like the same numbers on them. 17-6. 3, 6, 8 cards in hand, so we can afford to draw 3. We need to get some cards out of the way. Dual Cast and Recursioner. Looks like next turn at earliest. 17 plus 6 is 23. 23 times 2 is 46. Plus 20. 66. So if we Streamline now, and Bias Cog, then dual cast is lethal next turn. Okay, well, lethal next turn is permission to stop thinking. And Frozen Eye makes my head hurt, so I'm going to stop thinking. Because that's like guaranteed lethal, right? But wait, what if we could have it this turn? I want it this turn, right? This turn would be better. It's better than next turn. These are only hitting for 6. I might as well just let them sit there for a turn. Alright. I'm gonna stop thinking. No more thinking. We'll give it to Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike's a really fun way to end a run. Kapow pow! No more thinking. Okay. Well, that was fun. Yeah, that was like a Echo Form Apparition showcase there. That's why apparitions are good. Wasn't a super sketchy apparition take. Didn't take any of our current health, but once we picked those apparitions, we were like, okay, now we're in good shape. Always kind of awkward to have like self debuffs like Bias Cog and Hyper Beam against the heart, because you want your artifact to hit the vulnerable that the heart does. Although in this fight, if I'd had Bias Cog on 1, I would have done it anyway, because we had Frozen Eyes, so we knew that we had Apparition coming, so we didn't actually need to block the vulnerable. We could just be vulnerable. It would be fine. Thanks for the follow. Jackswag 2021, or 2121, 100 years from now. Oh my god, he's from the future. We blitzed our way through Act 2 with 2 Electrodynamics and 2 Hyper Beams. One of the Hyper Beams got removed. Started out with a Snecko Eye. This consumed it a lot of work. Picked up a capacitor to support it. Obviously, like Snecko Eye Meteor Strike is always super powerful. Yeah, this was a fun one. This Hyper Beam was so awkward. Like there were so many fights where I was like, well, can't play Hyper Beam on this fight, so never mind that. But it was super good also, so I'm not complaining. We had a really tough Act 3 Mega Elite. We had to fight max HP Giant Head, which is insane. He gets so much health. He has like 650 health. And it was like pretty early in Act 3. So I was definitely not confident we were going to win that fight. When I saw the max HP Giant Head, I was like, we lost. But we had a Fairy in a bottle, and we did manage to pull off the like Echo Form buffer thing. So we ended up having enough time to get through him. Albeit just... we managed to pause the Time Eater fight. That's always fun. Both Donudeka and Spire Elites, we ended up kind of like blitzing one of them down and doing an early Hyper Beam to finish them off. Which is kind of fun. It's kind of interesting how like there are a couple of like 2 enemy fights in the end run. There's Donudeka and the Spire Elites, and when you end up fighting both, you kind of feel like a lot of your end game is AoE. Which is interesting. It's always sad for me to get Sundial and not do something abusive with Sundial, especially because we had like Snecko Eye and a Meteor Strike. So we were always on the lookout for a recycle, but we never saw one. We really wanted holograms earlier on, but then we didn't end up seeing any until Act 3. But we did get like 2 Glaciers and a Consume and a Capacitor, so we got the good Defect cards, basically is what I'm saying. We got like an Echo Form built around that, Snecko Eye Meteor Strike. It's good stuff.